सभापति जी।
Please, papers to be laid at the table. Sri Kapil Moreswar Patil.
महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यावली के क्रम संख्या 1 पर मेरे सहयोगी श्री फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते, इस्पात एवं ग्रामीण विकास राज्य मंत्री की ओर से उनके नाम के आगे उल्लेखित कागज सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल।
सभापति महोदय, मैं क्रम संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूं, जो राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा समिति की प्रक्रिया भत्ता और अन्य व्यय से संबंधित है और कृत और शक्तियों से संबंधित है।
जनरल रिटायर्ड वीके सिंह।
With your permission, I rise to lay papers on the table of the House as mentioned against my name as serial number 3 in the revised list of business for today. These papers contain the accounts and the report of the Pawan Hans Limited.
Sri V. Muralidharan.
Respected Chairman, sir, with your permission, on behalf of my colleague Sri Danve Rao Sahib Dada Rao ji, I rise to lay the papers listed against his name at serial number 4 in today's list of business.
Sri Rameshwar Teri.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुरोध से मैं आज की संशोधित कार्य सूची में क्रम संख्या 5 पर मेरे नाम के आगे उल्लेखित कागजात को सदा पटल पर रखता हूं।
भानु प्रताप सिंह जी। अच्छा, भानु प्रताप सिंह वर्मा। श्री रामेश्वर तेरी। नहीं। श्री कौशल किशोर।
सर, मैं आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्य सूची में क्रम संख्या 7 पर मेरे नाम के समस्त सूचीबद्ध कागजातों की एक प्रति हिंदी व अंग्रेजी में सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्री अजय भट्ट।
में क्रम संख्या 8 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख अंकित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्री विश्वेश्वर तुडू।
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against my name in today's list of business at serial number 9 on the table of the House. Thank you.
श्री जॉन बारला।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की क्रम संख्या कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सामने क्रम संख्या 10 में उल्लेखित कागजात सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
Reports of the Department Head Parliamentary Standing Committee on Transport, Tourism and Culture. Sri T.G. Venkatesh.
Respected Chairman, sir. Namaste. I rise to present the following reports in English and Hindi of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Transport, Tourism and Culture. 319th report on progress made in implementation of Sagarmala projects and 320 report on development of tourism infrastructure in the country. Thank you, sir.
Statements of the Department Head Parliamentary Standing Committee on Chemical and Fertilizers. Sri Jay Prakash Nishad.
सभापति महोदय, रसायन एवं उर्वरक संबंधी अस्थायी समिति 2021-22 के निम्नलिखित की गई कार्यवाही संबंधित प्रतिवेदन पर सरकार द्वारा की गई अंतिम कार्यवाही को दर्शाने वाले अंतिम को कई कार्यवाही संबंधी विवरणों की एक प्रति अंग्रेजी तथा हिंदी में सभा के पटल पर रखता हूं।
Statement by Minister Sri Braun Pratap Singh Verma.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं सूक्ष्म लघु और मध्यम उद्यम मंत्रालय से संबंधित क्षेत्र पर कोविड-19 महामारी का प्रभाव तथा उसके नियंत्रण के लिए अपनाई गई कार्य नीति के संबंध में विभाग संबंधित संसदीय स्थायी समिति की 308वें प्रतिवेदन में अंतर्विष्ट सिफारिशों के क्रियान्वयन की स्थिति के संबंध में एक वक्तव्य देता हूं। सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
Motion for election to the Committee on Welfare of Other Backward Classes. Sri V. Muralidharan.
Respected Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to move the following motion, that this House resolves that the Rajyasabha do join the Committee of both the Houses on Welfare of Other Backward Classes for the term of 1 year beginning from the date of the first sitting of the committee and proceed to elect in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of the single transferable vote 10 members from amongst the members of the House to serve on the said committee.
Motion moved. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, I have received notice from Sri Ashok Siddhartha, Sri Vinay Viswam, Sri M. Shanmugam, Sri Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya, Dr. V. Srivasan, Sri Siva, Derek O'Brien on the issue of the rise in petroleum prices as well as general strike call given by trade unions, and another is concern over atrocities against Dalits in Rajasthan. I have gone through the notices. I have decided not to admit them. Members can raise it during the. Please sit down. Please sit down. Adjourn the House to meet at 12 o'clock. What is this?
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय सभापति जी, the Appropriation Bill 2022, the Finance Bill 2022 to be discussed together. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move motions for consideration of the following bills. A. The Appropriation Bill 2022. B. The Finance Bill 2022. Please move.
Sir, I rise to move that the bill to authorize payment and appropriation of certain sums from and out of the Consolidated Fund of India for the services of the financial year 22-23 as passed by the Lok Sabha be taken into consideration. And
You have to speak, please.
yes, sir. With your permission, sir, I rise again to move that the bill to give effect to the financial proposals of the central government for the financial year 22-23 as passed by the Lok Sabha be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. The motions for consideration of the Appropriation Bill 2022 and the Finance Bill 2022 are now open for discussion. माननीय शक्ति सिंह गोहिल जी।
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, धन्यवाद। बजट का एक बहुत अहम पहलू अगर कोई है तो वो है फाइनेंस बिल। मैं आपके ज़रिए कुछ हकीकतें इस सदन के सामने रखना चाहता हूँ। ये फाइनेंस बिल के ज़रिए डायरेक्ट टैक्स, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स, कस्टम ड्यूटीज़, इनकी जो बातें सरकार लेके आई है उसको मैंने ध्यान से देखा है। अगर कहना है तो लोकतंत्र में ये कहा जाता है कि लोकतंत्र में सरकार की जिम्मेवारी क्या है? तो इट इज द ड्यूटी ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट टू बिल्ड ए ब्रिज बिटवीन हैव्स एंड हैव नॉट्स। जिसके पास बहुत है और जिसके पास कम है या कुछ भी नहीं है, उसके बीच में सेतु बनने का काम ये सरकार का काम होना चाहिए। और ये काम अगर कहीं से हो सकता है तो वो बजट से हो सकता है, फाइनेंस बिल से हो सकता है। मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो ये फाइनेंस बिल में टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर वित्त मंत्री जी लेके आई है उसमें तो ये और गहरा बनाएंगे दोनों के बीच का गैप, इसे फायदा नहीं होगा। कोरोना की महामारी आई, बहुत लोगों ने इसको जेला, जान गई कहीं ना कहीं परिवारों के लोगों की, और हर गृहिणी का बजट बिगड़ा हुआ है। आप देश का बजट देखते हैं, पर उस घर का भी बजट देखिए, उस हर घर के बजट में दिक्कतें आई हैं। मैं देख रहा था कि सरकार की कोविड-19 मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट में टैक्स का फायदा देने की प्रपोजल आप लेके आए हैं। स्वागत करता हूं उसका। मैं सिर्फ क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं करूंगा, अच्छी बात है, स्वागत करता हूं, लेकिन नेकी, और वो भी पूछ पूछ के कितना फायदा मिलेगा इससे? इससे तो बेहतर होता। माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं बड़ा खुश हुआ था जिस दिन इस सरकार ने कोरोना को एक आपदा मानते हुए एक सर्कुलर निकाला कि अगर कोरोना से किसी की मृत्यु होगी उसे 4 लाख रुपया दिया जाएगा। आई वॉज हैप्पी। मैंने सोचा मैं सदन में बधाई दूंगा प्रधानमंत्री जी और सरकार को, वित्त मंत्री जी को। पता नहीं क्या हुआ, कुछ ही घंटों में वो सर्कुलर विड्रॉ हो गया, और कोरोना में जिन्होंने जान गंवाई है, जिस परिवार ने बहुत ऐसे नर्क जैसा वक्त गुजारा है, बहुत सारा खर्चा किया है, उसे आपने पैसे देने से इनकार कर दिया। आप और इस वक्त पे सिर्फ मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के कुछ टैक्स बेनिफिट को उसके साथ नहीं गिन सकते। और कितने लोगों की माननीय उपसभापति महोदय जाने गई है। गुजरात सरकार ने तो कह दिया था कि सिर्फ 10,000 ही मृत्यु हुई है कोरोना से। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब कहा कि आपकी इंसानियत कहां गई है, आप थोड़ा ठीक कीजिए, और जब एक प्रूफ के साथ सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि इस तरह से आप डिटेल मांगिए, सरकार को वेरीफाई करने के बाद यह स्वीकार करना पड़ा कि गुजरात में 1.5 लाख लोग कोरोना की वजह से मृत्यु हुए हैं। 1.5 लाख लोग। आप इसको जरा गौर से देखिए। आप एक हाथ से थोड़ा देते हो, दूसरे हाथ से ज्यादा छीन लेते हो। आपके फाइनेंस बिल में नॉन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ इलीगल एक्सपेंडिचर अंडर आईटी एक्ट अंडर सेक्शन 37 आपके फाइनेंस बिल में आप इसको सुधार करके ला रहे हो। आप कह रहे हो ठीक है, कुछ चीजें मैं मानता हूं कि आप करो, मुझे दिक्कत नहीं है, पर आप अगर कहीं पे एक कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, कहीं पे कोई कन्वेंशन डॉक्टर्स का होगा, आज तक जिसको फायदा मिलता था इसको आपने ट्रैवल, हॉस्पिटैलिटी और कॉन्फ्रेंसेस आप गिफ्ट को निकाल देना चाहते हो, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम। आप मुफ्त पे डॉक्टर्स को कोई कंपनी कुछ ज्यादा माल दे रही है, आप इसको बिजनेस के उस फायदे में से निकाल रहे हो, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम। पर इफ वी पुट आवर हेड्स टुगेदर, उसमें से कुछ अच्छा ही निकलती है। अगर डॉक्टर्स कहीं कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाएंगे, साथ बैठेंगे, अपना एक्सपीरियंस साझा करेंगे, तो इससे फायदा तो मेडिकल साइंस को मिलना ही मिलना है। तो आप इसको पुनः विचार कीजिए। ट्रैवल, हॉस्पिटैलिटी और कॉन्फ्रेंसेस जो है उसको आप इसमें से हटा दीजिए और उसका बेनिफिट आप शुरू रखिए। मैं आपके जरिए गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं। नो चेंज इन बेसिक टैक्स। आप याद कीजिएगा जिन दिनों में आप इधर बैठते थे, आज जो सरकार में बैठे हैं, वो मैं देख रहा था उस वक्त के उन नेताओं के भाषण, चाहे सुषमा स्वराज जी हो, चाहे अरुण जेटली जी हो, और वो कहते थे कि वी आर अ डेवलपिंग कंट्री, और डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज में प्राइस बढ़ती बढ़ती है, कुछ होता है, और इसीलिए इंडिविजुअल इनकम टैक्स का स्लैब हर साल बढ़ना चाहिए। कम से कम जो पार्टी इन पावर है उसके मैनिफेस्टो को देख लें, उसके मैनिफेस्टो में भी कहते थे। आज आपके मैनिफेस्टो से आप बिछड़ रहे हो, तो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि कि आपके मैनिफेस्टो को जरा देख लीजिए, उधर आपने ही कहा था, तो क्या दिक्कत होगी। और वो कौन क्लास है? वो क्लास है जिसने कोरोना में सबसे ज्यादा सहन किया है। वो सर्विस करने वाले वो लोग हैं जो अपनी इनकम छिपा नहीं सकते हैं। सैलरी आती है, टैक्स डिडक्शन एट सोर्स, वहीं पे उसका पैसा काटा जाता है। उन लोगों को, उन मिडिल क्लास के लोगों को आपने फायदा देने का नहीं सोचा है। इस बात का मुझे बहुत ही दर्द है। डेफिनेशन ऑफ टैक्स एंड सरचार्ज इस फाइनेंशियल बिल में, इसको आपने टैक्स की डेफिनेशन में सरचार्ज भी ले लिया है और शेष भी ले लिया है। और ये टैक्स इंक्लूड्स एनी सरचार्ज, एनी शेष। ये एक डेफिनेशन बदलने से एक बहुत बड़ा असर उन केसेस पे भी होना है जिनके अपील्स आज पेंडिंग है। और आपने जो फाइनेंस बिल में जो आप अमेंडमेंट लेके आए हो, दिस अमेंडमेंट हैज ए रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव एप्लीकेबिलिटी फ्रॉम असेसमेंट ईयर 2005-2006। इससे क्या होगा? एक तो मैं तो बेसिकली उससे अगेंस्ट हूं कि टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर कभी भी रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से नहीं लाना चाहिए। आज मुझे कुछ है, मैं कर रहा हूं, मेरे सामने टैक्स क्या है मुझे पता है। आप रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से कुछ चीज लेके आते हो, उससे एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान होता है। तो ये आप टैक्स की डेफिनेशन में दो चीजें जो लाए हो, उससे पेंडिंग केसों पे भी असर होगा। और इसलिए मैं आपके जरिए वित्त मंत्री जी से गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं कि इसको जरा फिर से सोचें। जो वित्त मंत्री जी बार बार एक चीज कहती है कि देखो, दुनिया के 32 देशों ने कोरोना काल में टैक्स बढ़ाया, अब शुक्र मानो मेरा कि मैंने टैक्स नहीं बढ़ाया। ये बार बार कहा जाता है। मैं आपके जरिए उपसभापति महोदय ये कहना चाहता हूं कि उन 32 देशों ने कोरोना के काल में उनके नागरिकों को कितनी मदद की थी, वो कभी आपने देखा है? मैंने कुछ लोगों से बात की है। आप जिस 32 देशों की बात करते हो ने, उन देश के लोगों से बात की है और उन्होंने कहा कि लॉकडाउन था, अगर मेरा मोटेल बंद था तो मुझे ऐसा पैसा सरकार ने दिया कि मुझे एक दिन भी ऐसा एहसास नहीं हुआ कि मेरा रोजगार नहीं चल रहा है, मेरा धंधा बंद है। मैं जो कमाता था उतना पैसा सरकार ने मुझे दिया है। कोई अगर काम करने वाला भी कहीं दिक्कत में था, उसको पूरी मदद उन देशों ने की। और टैक्स लिया तो किससे लिया? हम तो उल्टा करते हैं। हम लेते हैं उन दिक्कतमंद वाले लोगों से और देते हैं चंद बड़े पूंजीपतियों को, जिनको शेल्टर देने की आपको जरूरत नहीं है। वो स्वयं में काफी तगड़े लोग हैं, उनके लिए हमें ज्यादा कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है। माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, पेट्रोल और डीजल पे फिनांस बिल में ये जब प्रोविजन लेके आए हैं, मैं आपके जरिए पेट्रोलियम प्लानिंग एंड एनालिसिस सेल है जो भारत सरकार का है, उनके आंकड़ों के आधार पे बात करूंगा, क्योंकि अदरवाइज तो कहेंगे कि ऑपोजिशन वाले तो हवा में बातें करते हैं। मैं ये सरकार के ही डॉक्यूमेंट पेट्रोलियम प्लानिंग एंड एनालिसिस सेल, उन्होंने जो फिगर्स वेबसाइट पे उनकी लगाया है, उन्हीं के आधार पर कहता हूं कि पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर में सेंट्रल एक्सचेंजर को कितना आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर की ओर से आया। हमारी भी सरकार थी 2014-15 में 1,72,065 करोड़ वो एक्साइज से आते थे। मैं समझ सकता हूं, थोड़ा बहुत महंगाई भी बढ़ती है, थोड़ा बहुत बढ़ सके समझ सकता हूं, पर आप तो क्या करते हो? थोड़ा नहीं, 2014-15 में 1,72,065 crores rupees थे, you have increased it, and 2020-2021 में 4,55,069 crores आपने एक्साइज के नाम पे पेट्रोल और डीजल से आपने लिया है। और अगर आप देखें 2021-22 और 2021-22 ये दोनों का आधा सेक्टर में भी, एक में आपने 2,16,000 करोड़ एंड ऑड ले लिए हैं और दूसरे आपने 2 लाख करोड़ और लेने का आपका अंदाजा है। मैं उपसभापति महोदय आपके जरिए कहना चाहता हूं कि एक्साइज ड्यूटी ऑन पेट्रोल मई 2014 में जब हमारी सरकार थी यूपीए की, पेट्रोल के ऊपर एक्साइज थी ₹9.20, 9 रुपया 20 पैसा पेट्रोल के ऊपर एक्साइज थी। डीजल के ऊपर सिर्फ 3 रुपया 46 पैसा ही डीजल के ऊपर थी। आप आए, आप जब आज के प्रधानमंत्री जी ही जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे, मैं विरोधी दल का नेता था, वो बार बार हाउस में सुनाते थे कि क्या कर रहे हो, ये भारत सरकार लूट मचा के बैठी है। जब यहां से भारत सरकार ने कहा कि स्टेट थोड़ा वैट कम करे, हमारे कुछ राज्यों ने करा, तब कहा कि तुम्हारे भारत सरकार का पाप का पोटला राज्य सरकारों पे मत फोड़ो। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी आज के गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे, उन्होंने ऑन रिकॉर्ड कहा कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट वैट नहीं कम करेगी क्योंकि स्टेट की जिम्मेवारी नहीं है, एक्साइज कम करो क्योंकि ज्यादा तुम लेते हो, भारत सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है। और आपने क्या कर दिया? आपने क्या किया? जो पेट्रोल पे 9 रुपया 20 पैसा था ना, वो आपने 18 रुपया 70 पैसा पेट्रोल पे बढ़ाया। आपने डीजल के ऊपर 18 रुपया 34 पैसा बढ़ाया। सो इंक्रीज ऑन डीजल इज 531%। 531% इंक्रीज आपकी एक्साइज ड्यूटी। और ये फिगर्स पेट्रोलियम प्लानिंग एंड एनालिसिस सेल के है, कि कोई मेरे घर के आंकड़े नहीं है। तो इतना ज्यादा आपने एक्साइज बढ़ाया। हम थे पावर में, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के ऊपर ये आधार रखता है, मैं समझ सकता हूं, क्योंकि हमें निर्भर रहना पड़ता है, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट से हम ज्यादा लेना पड़ता है, बाहर से हमारे देश में नहीं है। कच्चा क्रूड हमारा जो एवरेज था लास्ट 3 इयर्स between 2011 to 2014, our average was per barrel $60.6 per barrel। ये कांग्रेस के शासन, आपके 3 साल के शासन में 2011 to 14 आपका एवरेज $60 6 सेंट पर बैरल, आपका 11 से 14 में कह रहा हूं। और हमारा जब यूपीए गवर्नमेंट थी, हमारा एवरेज इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जो रहा वो कहीं ज्यादा रहा, $100 से कभी नीचे नहीं गया। पर हमने कभी भी पेट्रोल और डीजल को 100 का आंकड़ा छूने नहीं दिया, ये हकीकत है। मैं आपको ये जरूर कहूंगा, हमारे वक्त में भी $108 पर बैरल जिस दिन हुआ था कच्चा क्रूड, उस दिन क्या प्राइस थी? यूपीए गवर्नमेंट वाज इन पावर, प्राइस ऑफ क्रूड ऑयल वाज एट $108 per barrel, but petrol and diesel was ₹71.41 and 55 rupees and 49 paisa per liter respectively, which have been now increased to 98.61 and 89.87, जब $108 पर बैरल दोनों का कंपैरिजन मैंने आपको दे दिया। तो सोशल मीडिया में मैं एक शायरी तो भूल गया, पर कहाँ गई वो नारी जो होती थी गैस के बोतल पे सवार, वो करके एक पूरी शायरी किसी ने बनाई हुई है। आज तो मंत्री है वो, और आज जो पेट्रोल और आज जो गैस का दाम बढ़ा है, मैं आपको ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में प्राइस क्या है। इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जो गैस एलपीजी है उसकी प्राइस बढ़ी नहीं, उसकी प्राइस कम हुई है। 885.2 यूएस डॉलर पर मैट्रिक टन एलपीजी की जो प्राइस थी हमारे शासन में बिटवीन 2012-2013 ये प्राइस थी, और आपके शासन में वो कम होके, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में एलपीजी महंगा नहीं हुआ है, सस्ता हुआ है, और वो कम होके 769.11 सेंट यूएस डॉलर पर मैट्रिक टन, ये आपका एलपीजी का दाम कम हुआ है। और आपने किया क्या? जो 410 रुपये का गैस का सिलेंडर था इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में कम होने के बावजूद, उसको आपने 1000 रुपये तक पहुंचाने का काम वो आपके शासन में हुआ है। ये हकीकत है। मैं माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, ये हम बार बार कहते हैं कि हमें इस देश में पॉल्यूशन को कम करना है। हम बार बार कहते हैं कि हमारी ये जिम्मेवारी है कि ग्रीन एनर्जी को हम प्रमोट करें, और इसको लेके हम बारी बारी क्या स्टेप लेते हैं, लेंगे, उसकी बातें करते हैं। और असलियत क्या है? कि असलियत यह है कि आपने सोलार एनर्जी की जो आपकी कस्टम ड्यूटी थी उसको आपने कम नहीं की, आपने उसको बढ़ाने का काम किया है। इससे किसका फायदा होगा? क्या इससे आप ग्रीन एनर्जी को प्रमोट करोगे? क्या इससे आप इस देश के अंदर पॉल्यूशन को कंट्रोल करने का काम कर पाओगे? मेरी वित्त मंत्री जी को आपके जरिए गुजारिश है कि आपके इस फाइनेंस बिल में सोलर सेल्स पे जो 20% करंट कस्टम ड्यूटी थी, योर प्रपोजल इन दिस बिल इज टू इंक्रीज इट 25%। आपका सोलर मॉड्यूल्स, इसके ऊपर एट प्रेजेंट द कस्टम ड्यूटी इज 20%। वित्त मंत्री जी के इस फाइनेंस बिल में प्रपोजल है इसको इंक्रीज करके 40% करने की। अब किस दिशा में हम जा रहे हैं? आप कहोगे कि हमको तो मेक इन इंडिया बढ़ाना है, इसलिए हम इसको ज्यादा महंगा कर देंगे। जवाब आएगा एक्सपेक्टेड। पर अगर आपको इस एनवायरनमेंट के लिए चाहिए तो क्वालिटी और लेटेस्ट थिंग्स के साथ कंपटीशन भी मेक इन इंडिया कर सकता है, वो ख्याल में रखते हुए हमें ये करना होगा। ये एक और प्रपोजल इस फाइनेंस बिल में रेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ सरचार्जेस की लेके आए हैं। मैं डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट ऑफ पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनीज अकॉर्डिंग टू सेक्शन 79 ऑफ इनकम टैक्स को लेके आप एक फाइनेंस बिल में एक चीज लेके आए हैं। मेरा एक बेसिक बात आपको पब्लिक सेक्टर के बारे में, या तो आप जानबूझ के कर रहे हो या अनजाने में कर रहे हो, मैं नहीं कह सकता। पब्लिक सेक्टर प्रॉफिट मेकिंग नहीं हो सकता है, ये सर्विस ओरिएंटेड होता है, प्रॉफिट ओरिएंटेड नहीं होता है। और पब्लिक सेक्टर आप आज खत्म करने क्यों जा रहे हो? इस देश में अगर बीएसएनएल भारत सरकार का नहीं होता तो वो एक छोटे से गांव में टेलीफोन कोई आपका बड़ा उद्योगपति दोस्त कभी वहां नहीं पहुंचाता। वो भारत सरकार का पीएसयू था कि बीएसएनएल एक छोटे गांव में भी टेलीफोन लेके गया। रेलवे भारत सरकार का पीएसयू है तो एक छोटे गांव के लोगों के लिए भी सुविधा रेलवे देगा। कल आप किसी चहीते उद्योगपति को ये दे दोगे, प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो जाएगा, वो अपना मुनाफा देखेगा, वो प्रॉफिट ओरिएंटेड होगा, वो सर्विस ओरिएंटेड कभी भी नहीं होगा। आज हम बीएसएनएल की क्या हालत कर रहे हैं, आज हम एमटीएनएल की क्या हालत कर रहे हैं। अगर ये आपका मर जाएगा तो 3 या 4 बड़ी कंपनी जो टेलीफोन ऑपरेट करती है वो ट्रीटी कर लेंगे, साथ मिल जाएंगे और 100 रुपया प्रति मिनट भी करना होगा, वो करके देश में लूट मचाएगा। ये तो आपका पीएसयू है, तो आप कंट्रोल में रख सकते हो। आप उस पीएसयू को क्या हालत कर रहे हो? आप बीएसएनएल को कहते हो कि तुम्हें कोई भी चीज बाहर से नहीं लेने देंगे, मेक इन इंडिया यूज करो, और अपने दोस्तों के टेलीफोन ऑपरेटर से उसको कहते हैं कि आप चाइना से लाओ, कोरिया से लाओ, कहीं से भी लाओ, तुम्हारे लिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। हाउ बीएसएनएल विल कॉम्पीट विद दिस पीपल? आप बीएसएनएल को कहते हो कि आप 4G और 5G में आप कॉम्पीट नहीं करोगे, आप दूसरों के साथ हरीफाई नहीं करोगे, क्योंकि वहां दोस्त लोग हैं, वही कंपटीशन करेंगे, फिर बीएसएनएल जिंदा क्या रहे? तो ये आप जियो को जीने दो पर बीएसएनएल को मत मरने दो, मेरा तो यही कहना है। मैं इसी लफ्जों के साथ मैंने कुछ मुद्दे रखे हैं, उसको वित्त मंत्री जी इसके ऊपर गौर करेंगे। ये लफ्जों के साथ मेरी बात खत्म करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
माननीय गोयल जी। माननीय श्री सुशील कुमार मोदी जी।
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं अप्रोप्रिएशन 2022-23 और फाइनेंस बिल 2022-23 के पक्ष में बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ। उपसभापति महोदय, ठीक आज से 2 वर्ष पूर्व 24 मार्च 2020 को इस देश में लॉकडाउन लागू किया गया था और जो नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट 2005 है उसको इन्वोक किया गया था। अपने 2 साल में एक लंबे समय तक देश को लॉकडाउन से गुजरना पड़ा। देश के लाखों मजदूर, उनकी फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई, उनको ट्रेनों में बैठकर अपने अपने गांव लौटना पड़ा। एक संकट के दौर से पूरे देश को गुजरना पड़ा। तरह तरह की बंदिशें लगाई गई, लेकिन उपसभापति महोदय, इस लॉकडाउन के खिलाफ में यद्यपि विपक्ष के लोगों ने गरीबों को भड़काने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन पूरे हिंदुस्तान में एक भी जगह कोई धरना, प्रदर्शन, बंद या एक भी नागरिक या मजदूर लॉकडाउन के खिलाफ कहीं सड़कों पर नहीं आया। उपसभापति महोदय, फिर टीकाकरण प्रारंभ हुआ, मजाक उड़ाया गया टीकाकरण का, और मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा कि अभी तक 181 करोड़ 181.56 करोड़ लोगों को और टीका लग चुका है। शुरू में हेजिटेंसी थी, लोगों में संशय था, लेकिन किसी ने टीका के विरोध में कहीं कोई सड़कों पर नहीं आया। आपने तो बहुत प्रयास किया, लेकिन कहीं कोई सड़कों पर नहीं आया। लेकिन उपसभापति महोदय, फ्रांस में, न्यूजीलैंड में, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, जर्मनी में हजारों लोग सड़कों पर आ गए वैक्सीनेशन के विरोध में। लॉकडाउन के विरोध के अंदर न्यूजीलैंड में 40,000 लोग सड़कों पर आए, गिरफ्तार करना पड़ा, लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा। सती महोदय, अगर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कठोर लॉकडाउन लागू नहीं किया होता और जिस तरह से टीकाकरण का काम चालू किया, अगर वो नहीं होता तो 5 लाख नहीं बल्कि इस देश के अंदर 50 लाख लोग मरे होते। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 45 लाख लोगों को और मरने से बचा लिया। और सती महोदय, बिल गेट्स जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव या एमडी है, उन्होंने भारत के बारे में क्या कहा? कहा इंडिया हैज डिलीवर्ड ओवर 16 करोड़ डोजेज ऑफ कोविड-19 वैक्सीन टू नियरली 100 कंट्रीज थैंक्स टू इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स। आपने धन्यवाद दिया कि नहीं दिया, लेकिन माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के सीईओ बिल गेट्स ने भारत की सरकार और मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को धन्यवाद दिया। सती महोदय, मैं लॉकडाउन का जिक्र कर रहा था, कनाडा के बारे में जानते हैं? कनाडा के अंदर कैनेडियन फ्रीडम कॉन्वॉय 22 1 महीने से ज्यादा समय तक जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एम्बेसडर ब्रिज था जो कनाडा को और अमेरिका को जोड़ता था, वहां के ट्रकर्स ने उसको जाम कर दिया। 21 दिन तक 12-12 घंटे हॉर्न बजाकर और कोविड के खिलाफ टीकाकरण का लोग विरोध करते रहे। ऐसे हालात कनाडा में पैदा हो गए कि वहां के प्रधानमंत्री को अपने परिवार सहित राजधानी छोड़कर अज्ञात जगह पर जाना पड़ा। और सती महोदय, फिर भी जब वो ट्रकर्स को वैक्सीनेशन के खिलाफ नहीं रोक पाए तो सती महोदय उनको इमरजेंसी लगानी पड़ी। और कनाडा के इतिहास में ये पहली घटना है कि वैक्सीनेशन के विरोध में जो लोग सड़कों पर आए थे उनको रोकने के लिए सरकार को इमरजेंसी लागू करनी पड़ी। सती महोदय, ये था कनाडा, ये था यूरोप, लेकिन सती महोदय, और ये वही कैनेडियन प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो भारत के अंदर किसान आंदोलन के समर्थन में बयान दे रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि मैं शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शनकारियों के साथ हूं। और जब अपने देश के अंदर ट्रक वालों की हड़ताल हुई तो कहते कि ये तुरंत बंद होना चाहिए। वही व्यक्ति है जिसने इमरजेंसी लगाया, हजारों लोगों को पकड़ के जेलों के अंदर बंद कर दिया। और सती महोदय, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो लोगों का भरोसा था उसी का परिणाम था कि कोई व्यक्ति सड़क पर नहीं आया, किसी ने विरोध नहीं किया, चाहे वो टीकाकरण हो या लॉकडाउन हो। और आज हमने सफलतापूर्वक इस कोविड-19 का मुकाबला किया है। सती महोदय, बार बार पूंजीपतियों की बात होती है। मैं केवल पूछना चाहता हूं अपने विपक्ष के साथियों से कि अगर 19 महीने तक इस देश के 80 करोड़ गरीबों को अगर 5 किलो अनाज प्रति माह मुफ्त दिया गया तो क्या अंबानी और अडानी के खाते में वो अनाज गया या इस देश के 80 करोड़ लोगों के घरों के अंदर वो अनाज गया? और सती महोदय, अभी तक 2,68,000 करोड़ का अनाज हम वितरित कर चुके हैं। और मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। 2 दिन पहले निर्णय लिया गया है, इसको 6 महीना और बढ़ाया गया है और अब 80 करोड़ लोगों को हम 6 महीना जो और अनाज देंगे उससे 80,000 करोड़ रुपया अतिरिक्त बोझ पड़ेगा। लेकिन हमने उसकी चिंता नहीं की, हम उसकी व्यवस्था करेंगे। निर्मला जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, हम बजट में उसका प्रावधान करेंगे, व्यवस्था करेंगे, लेकिन हम किसी गरीब को भूखे नहीं मरने देंगे, हम किसी गरीब को भूखे नहीं सोने देंगे। और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट फूड सिक्योरिटी कार्यक्रम ये भारत में हमारी सरकार लागू कर रही है। तो सती महोदय, हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं। और सती महोदय, अभी यूक्रेन का जो संकट आया, हमने केवल भारत के 20,000 लोगों को ही इवैक्यूएट करने का काम नहीं किया, हमने 18 देशों के 150 से ज्यादा नागरिकों को भी और यूक्रेन से निकालने का काम किया है। और इतना ही नहीं, तो हमने यूक्रेन, पोलैंड, रोमानिया, स्लोवाक रिपब्लिक जैसे देशों को और 90 टन रिलीफ मटेरियल भी हमारी सरकार ने देने का काम किया है। सती महोदय, अफगानिस्तान से हमारे राजनीतिक संबंध नहीं है, फिर भी हमने 50,000 मैट्रिक टन गेहूं देने का ऐलान किया है। 5 लाख डोज वैक्सीन हम दे चुके, 13 टन लाइफ सेविंग मेडिसिन हम दे रहे हैं। और सती महोदय, बगल का पड़ोसी देश श्रीलंका, जब भयंकर आर्थिक संकट के दौर से श्रीलंका गुजर रहा है, हमने श्रीलंका की भी चिंता की, पड़ोसी देशों की भी चिंता की और $1 बिलियन यानी लगभग 7,000 करोड़ रुपए का क्रेडिट लाइन हम लोगों ने श्रीलंका को उपलब्ध कराया ताकि वो एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज, फूड, मेडिसिन जो हैं वो भारत से खरीद सके। और अब तक कुल मिलाकर $2.4 बिलियन यानी करीब 16,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की आर्थिक मदद क्रेडिट के रूप में हम लोगों ने श्रीलंका को देने का काम किया है। सती महोदय, हम जो फाइनेंस बिल पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं तो किस प्रकार के विपरीत परिस्थितियां थी सबों को मालूम है। उसके बावजूद हमने रिकॉर्ड टैक्स कलेक्शन किया है, डायरेक्ट टैक्स जिसमें कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स और इनकम टैक्स दोनों आता है। मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा कि बजट एस्टिमेट था 11.08 लाख करोड़, रिवाइज किया 12.5 लाख करोड़ और हमने कितना संग्रह किया अभी तक? 1,01,000 करोड़ ज्यादा अभी तक हम टारगेट से संग्रह कर चुके हैं और 31 तारीख आते आते हम रिकॉर्ड संग्रह करने में सफल होंगे। और सती महोदय, और ये जो हमने संग्रह किया 13,63,000 करोड़ रुपए, ये 2021 से 38% ज्यादा है, 1920 से 36.6% ज्यादा है और 18-19 प्री पैंडेमिक से 32.7% ज्यादा है। इसका मतलब सती महोदय कि जो विकास, आर्थिक विकास की जो गाड़ी है वो धीरे धीरे पटरी पर लौट रही है। सती महोदय, जीएसटी की बार बार चर्चा होती है और सदन को यह ज्ञात है कि अब तक 13,41,000 करोड़ 13.41 लाख करोड़ हम जीएसटी में संग्रह कर चुके हैं। और ये पहला साल है जबकि एक साल में 5वीं बार हमने 1,30,000 करोड़ के टारगेट को क्रॉस किया है। यानी 5 महीना ऐसा है जहां प्रति माह हमने 1,30,000 करोड़ रुपया संग्रह किया है। सत्य महोदय, एक बड़ी चुनौती पूरे देश के सामने और सारे राज्यों के सामने, क्योंकि जो कॉम्पनसेशन का वायदा किया गया था 5 साल के लिए, वो 31 जून को उसकी अवधि पूरी हो रही है। 1 जुलाई 2022 के बाद कॉम्पनसेशन नहीं रहेगा। राज्यों के सामने एक बड़ी चुनौती है। 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का प्रति वर्ष राज्यों को नुकसान होगा। आखिर वो कहां से आएगा, कैसे आएगा? और सती महोदय, मैं सदन को यह भी बताना चाहूंगा कि 5 साल के लिए एश्योर किया गया था कि प्रति वर्ष 14% का ईयर ऑन ईयर ग्रोथ हम प्रोवाइड करेंगे और 14% से कम का अगर ग्रोथ होगा तो जो बीच का गैप है वो हम कॉम्पनसेशन से प्रोवाइड करेंगे। और सरकार ने यह भी कहा था कि यह कॉम्पनसेशन अपने खजाने से नहीं देंगे, एक अलग से कॉम्पनसेशन फंड क्रिएट किया गया। कोयले पर, पान मसाला पर, सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक्स पर, इन चीजों पर और लग्जरी गाड़ियों पर 28% से ऊपर टैक्स लगाया गया, ओवर एंड ओवर 28%। और उससे जो राशि आई वो कॉम्पनसेशन फंड में रखा गया और उससे राज्यों को क्षतिपूर्ति का नुकसान की भरपाई की जा रही थी। लेकिन सती महोदय, जब 30 जून को समाप्त हो जाएगा कॉम्पनसेशन पीरियड, तो आगे क्या होगा? निर्मला जी यहां बैठी हैं। जीएसटी काउंसिल ने निर्णय लिया है कि इसको 2026 तक बढ़ा दिया जाए। लेकिन मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा, ये जो कॉम्पनसेशन 26 मार्च तक बढ़ाया गया है, उस दौरान जो कॉम्पनसेशन में राशि आएगी, तो इस बीच में भारत की सरकार ने राज्यों को लोन लेकर और कॉम्पनसेशन प्रोवाइड किया है। क्योंकि हमारे पास इतना सेस में पैसा नहीं था, राज्यों को जरूरत थी। और 1.1 लाख करोड़ इन द ईयर 2021 and 1.59 lakh crore in the year 21-22, and equal 2,69,000 crore बैक टू बैक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने लोन लेकर राज्यों को राहत पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और ये लोन वापस करना पड़ेगा विद इंटरेस्ट, और इसलिए जो 2.69 लाख करोड़ का जो लोन है उसमें 54,000 करोड़ इंटरेस्ट है, यानी 3,23,000 करोड़ हमको रीपे करना है वापस गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने जो लोन लिया था। और इसके अलावा 20, 21 और 21-22 के अंदर जो एरियर्स है, दैट इज अबाउट 3.16 लाख करोड़, क्योंकि 14% ग्रोथ हमने एश्योर किया था। लेकिन कोविड में सरकार ने कहा कि 14% ग्रोथ देना संभव नहीं है, हम केवल 7% ग्रोथ प्रोवाइड करेंगे। तो यानी कुल मिलाकर 6,39,000 करोड़, which includes 3.23 lakh crore as a interest plus the principal repayment, और जो compensation areas हैं, तो 6,39,000 करोड़ यह रीपे करना है। तो सती महोदय, जो कॉम्पनसेशन को बढ़ाया गया है उसमें जो भी राशि प्राप्त होगी वो राशि 6,39,000 करोड़ को रीपे करने में खर्च हो जाएगी। इसलिए क्या उपाय है? आखिर राज्य क्या करे, केंद्र क्या करे? सती महोदय, बहुत कठिन दौर से हम गुजर रहे हैं और इस समय रेट रेशनलाइजेशन के लिए कमेटी बनी हुई है। लेकिन कोविड के कारण जो क्राइसिस की स्थिति है, इस समय कोई हम टैक्स को रिवाइज नहीं कर सकते हैं, हम टैक्स को बढ़ा नहीं सकते हैं। ये उपयुक्त समय नहीं टैक्स बढ़ाने का। इसलिए जीएसटी काउंसिल को इस बात का विचार करना होगा। और ये जिम्मेवारी केवल केंद्र की सरकार की नहीं, और जैसा मैंने कहा, केंद्र ने यह आश्वासन नहीं दिया था कि अपने खजाने से निकालकर हम 14% का ग्रोथ आपको कॉम्पनसेट करेंगे। ये जो सेस की आमदनी होगी उसके द्वारा उसकी क्षतिपूर्ति की जा रही थी। इसलिए सती महोदय, जीएसटी काउंसिल को ये निर्णय लेना है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में राज्यों को होने वाला जो 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की जो क्षति है उसकी पूर्ति कैसे होगी, इसका एक निर्णय लेना होगा। सती महोदय, मैं निर्मला जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि क्रिप्टो के बारे में जितने भ्रम थे वो सारे भ्रम आपने दूर करने का काम किया है और आपने 30% इनकम फ्रॉम ट्रांसफर ऑफ क्रिप्टो एसेट्स एट 30% प्लस सेस एंड सरचार्ज, मैं उसके विस्तार में नहीं जाऊंगा। माइनिंग नॉट पार्ट ऑफ एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट, 1% TDS इज फॉर ट्रैकिंग द ट्रांजैक्शन। और उसी प्रकार सती महोदय क्रिप्टो NFT के बारे में भी माननीय निर्मला जी ने एक घोषणा की थी कि जो क्रिप्टो NFT के बारे में जो एडवर्टीजमेंट्स है उसको भी रिस्क डिस्क्लेमर जो है उनको देना पड़ेगा। लेकिन सती महोदय मैं निर्मला जी से आग्रह करना चाहूंगा, ये क्रिप्टो आखिर है क्या? इट इज नाइदर अ कमोडिटी, इट इज नाइदर एन एसेट, इट इज नॉट अ गुड, इट इज नॉट अ सर्विस। तो ये है क्या? इसका कोई इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू नहीं है, इसके पीछे कोई किसी कंपनी की ताकत नहीं है। और सती महोदय मैं तो निर्मला जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि आपने जो 30% टैक्स लगाया है, आप विचार कीजिए आगे आने वाले दिनों में क्या इस टैक्स को और ज्यादा बढ़ाया जा सकता है क्या? सती महोदय ये क्रिप्टो, ये गैम्बलिंग है, जुआ है, ये एक प्रकार की लॉटरी है, एक प्रकार का हॉर्स रेसिंग है, एक प्रकार की गैम्बलिंग है। आप शेयर लगाते पैसा तो मालूम है कि टाटा कंपनी उसके पीछे है, लेकिन क्रिप्टो के पीछे कौन है? सती महोदय इसलिए जापान ने 55% टैक्स लगाया है, जर्मनी, फ्रांस, ऑस्ट्रिया ने अप टू 45%, यूएस ने 37%। इसलिए मैं निर्मला जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि फिर विचार कीजिए कि हम आगे आने वाले दिनों में क्रिप्टो पर 30% से भी ज्यादा हम टैक्स लगाने का विचार कर सकते हैं क्या? और सती महोदय जो क्रिप्टो में कमाने वाले लोग उनको 30% से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है, क्योंकि क्रिप्टो का जो CAGR है, कंपाउंडेड एवरेज ग्रोथ रेट है, बिटकॉइन का 115%, एथेरियम का 30%, बिनांस कॉइन का 151%। So investors are attracting by extraordinary profits. महोदय अंकलेश्वर स्वामी अय्यर ने अपने एक आर्टिकल में लिखा कि क्रिप्टो करेंसी इज नो अंडरलाइंग वैल्यू, नॉट इवन ए ट्यूलिप ऑफ 17th सेंचुरी स्पेकुलेटिव बबल। 17वीं शताब्दी के अंदर यूरोप के एक देश के अंदर जो ट्यूलिप का जो फूल होता है, होड़ मच गई, हर आदमी ट्यूलिप खरीद रहा है, उसका दाम 200 गुना चला गया। और एक दिन अचानक जब बबल बस्ट किया तो हजारों लोग कंगाल हो गए। तो ट्यूलिप की तो कीमत कम से कम 1 रुपया होगी, लेकिन क्रिप्टो की कितनी कीमत है ये कोई नहीं जानता है। साथी महोदय यूक्रेन ने लीगलाइज कर दिया क्रिप्टो करेंसी को पिछले 7 दिन पहले। दुबई ने भी, दुबई एडॉप्ट्स फर्स्ट वर्चुअल एसेट लॉ दुबई क्रिप्टो करेंसी में। और एक स्टडी के अनुसार 2021 में मोर देन 14 बिलियन डॉलर जो है वो क्रिप्टो क्रिमिनल्स मेड अ रिकॉर्ड 14 बिलियन डॉलर हाउल इन 2021। और आज ही टाइम्स ऑफ एक एक्सप्रेस में समाचार है कि केरल के अंदर अब्दुल गफूर नाम का एक व्यक्ति पकड़ा गया है जो क्रिप्टो करेंसी के फेक रैकेट में शामिल था, और 1200 करोड़ का वो रैकेट था जिसमें लोग पकड़े गए हैं। और अब तो जैसे ही अब 1 तारीख के पहले इन्वेस्टर्स स्टार्टेड पार्किंग दिस करेंसीज in private wallets, or 8 billion worth crypto asset expected to go out of country. तो महोदय मैं निर्मला जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि और इसके बारे में विचार हो। और इतना ही नहीं तो ऑनलाइन गेमिंग के बारे में, कि ऑनलाइन गेमिंग के अंदर भी जो गैम्बलिंग हो रही है गेमिंग के नाम पर, मैं गेमिंग के विरोध में नहीं हूं। और एक अनुमान है कि 2.8 बिलियन डॉलर की इंडस्ट्री केवल फैंटेसी गेम की और 2022 के अंदर होगी। तो कैसे रेगुलेट किया जाए ऑनलाइन गेमिंग को, ऑनलाइन लेंडिंग को? आज ही समाचार है कि करीब 40 से ज्यादा डिजिटल लेंडिंग एप्लीकेशंस फाउंड टू बी रन बाय चाइनीज नेशनल्स। तो बड़े पैमाने पर ऑनलाइन लेंडिंग, सोशल मीडिया, एडटेक, ये जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी है इसको कैसे रेगुलेट किया जाए? और ये जो IT कानून बना हुआ सती महोदय ये 20 साल पुराना है। मैं सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा कि जो IT एक्ट है उसको नए सिरे से ड्राफ्ट किया जाए ताकि वर्तमान की चुनौतियों का जो मुकाबला कर सके। और फिर मैं निर्मला जी से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि बहुत जल्दी कोई एक पेपर पब्लिश किया जाए IMF, वर्ल्ड बैंक, फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी बोर्ड के साथ मिलकर टू डिवाइस अ फ्रेमवर्क, ताकि पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन में कि क्या क्रिप्टो है, क्या NFT है, क्या किया जाना चाहिए, और वर्चुअल डिजिटल करेंसी की जो घोषणा की गई है उसके बारे में भी जल्द से जल्द विचार किया जाए। श्री महोदय, मैं इसके बारे में एक और बात कहना चाहूँगा। ये क्रिप्टो करेंसी के बिक्री पर केवल 18% जीएसटी लगता है, और वो भी जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हैं, जो एक्सचेंज चलाने वाले लोग हैं, वो जो सर्विस प्रोवाइड करते हैं उस पर 18% टैक्स लगता है। मैंने 0 आवर में उठाया, तो मैं फिर इस बात की आपसे मांग करता हूं कि बिकॉज इट इज नो एसेट, नो सिक्योरिटी, नो कमोडिटी, नो गुड्स, नो सर्विसेज, एंड क्रिप्टोज आर सिमिलर टू लॉटरी, कैसीनोज, बेटिंग, गैम्बलिंग, हॉर्स रेसिंग, और इन सारी चीजों पर पूरे ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू पर 28% टैक्स लगता है। अगर आप लॉटरी में 100 रुपया लगाएं तो आपको 28 रुपया टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। अगर आप कैसीनो के अंदर बेट लगाएं 1000 रुपया तो 28% टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। और गोल्ड पर भी 3% जीएसटी है। इसलिए मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि जीएसटी काउंसिल को इस बात का विचार करना चाहिए कि भले ही वो 1% हो, 0.1% हो, लेकिन टोटल ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू जो क्रिप्टो का है उस पर जीएसटी लगाने के बारे में और सरकार को विचार करना चाहिए। सभापति महोदय, बैंकों के बारे में इस सदन में काफी चर्चा होती रही है। केवी कामत, जो इंडियन बैंकिंग के रिटेल गुरु माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने पिछले दिनों एक लेख में लिखा, इन मोर देन 50 years आई बीन इन बैंकिंग बिजनेस में, 50 साल से बैंकिंग बिजनेस में हूं, आई हैव नेवर सीन देयर बैलेंस शीट्स एज क्लीन and healthy as today in terms of bad assets. ये 50 साल में आज तक हमने बैंकों की इतनी बेहतर व्यवस्था को नहीं देखा है। India's banking industry is in its best shape in terms of quality of assets and quantum of capital. एक रेटिंग एजेंसी इंडियन रेटिंग एंड रिसर्च वो लिखता है, बैंकिंग सिस्टम हेल्थ इज एट इट्स बेस्ट इन डिकेड्स। सती महोदय, मैं इस बात को स्वीकार करता हूं कि 2018 में एनपीए बढ़कर 5 गुना एनपीए बढ़ गया। हमारी आलोचना होने लगी कि 14 में आए और एनपीए 5 टाइम्स बढ़ गया, 2.16 लाख करोड़ से 10.36 लाख करोड़। लेकिन मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा, ये अगर एनपीए बढ़ा तो इसलिए बढ़ा कि आपने एग्रेसिव लैंडिंग का काम किया अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल के अंदर। टेलीफोन पर लोगों को बैंकों से पैसा दिया जाता था, पैरवी के आधार पर दिया जाता था। इसलिए 2008 में जहां 25 लाख करोड़ की बैंकों की लैंडिंग थी, वो 6 साल में बढ़कर 68 लाख करोड़ उसकी लैंडिंग हो गई। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार बनते ही हमने एसेट क्वालिटी रिव्यू की कमेटी बनाई, इसका रिव्यू किया और एनपीए को आइडेंटिफाई करना शुरू किया और हमने कानून को कड़ा किया। सरफेसी एक्ट में 3 महीने की जेल का प्रावधान किया। अगर कोई विलफुल डिफॉल्टर है तो वो कोई भी डिबार्ड फ्रॉम फ्लोटिंग न्यू वेंचर्स फॉर 5 years, वो कंपनी में अगर डायरेक्टर है तो वो कोई कैपिटल मार्केट में वो कोई नया इशू रेज नहीं कर सकती है। और समझती इन सारी चीजों का क्या परिणाम हुआ सौती महोदय, 31 मार्च 2018 को जहां एनपीए 11.18% था, मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा कि 2021 में घटकर इट हैज बीन रिड्यूस फ्रॉम 11.18% टू 6.39%। यह नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार कि आज बैंकों की हालत हमने इतनी बेहतर कर दिया। सती महोदय, और सती महोदय, बैंकों को कैपिटल की आवश्यकता थी। बैंकों की हालत जब खराब होने लगी तो हमने बैंकों को कैपिटल देने का काम किया और सती महोदय, कुल मिलाकर 3,26,000 करोड़, 3,36,000 करोड़ दिस गवर्नमेंट इज प्रोवाइडेड टू द बैंक्स एज ए कैपिटल इन्फ्यूजन। 18 में जब हालत खराब थी एनपी कारण में 90,000 करोड़ इन्फ्यूज किया, 19 में 1,06,000 करोड़। लेकिन मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा, निर्मला जी यहाँ बैठी, इन द ईयर 21-22 हमने बजट में प्रोवाइड किया था 15,000 करोड़ हम इन्फ्यूज करेंगे कैपिटल के रूप में, लेकिन केवल 4,600 करोड़ की आवश्यकता पड़ी। 10,000 करोड़ की बचत हो गई और 23-24 में बजट में कोई प्रोविजन नहीं किया। हमको कोई भी बैंक्स में कैपिटल इन्फ्यूज करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। सौती महोदय, यह है कि आज बैंकों की स्थिति जो इतनी बेहतर हुई है और बैंकों की आमदनी बढ़ गई सती महोदय। एसबीआई की आमदनी 20,000 करोड़ प्रॉफिट इन 2021, जहाँ 16-17 में 1,300 करोड़ का लॉस था। बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा 18-19 में लॉस था 8,000 करोड़, अब प्रॉफिट है 828 करोड़। पंजाब नेशनल बैंक 2,000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट 2021 में, जहां 8,000 करोड़ का लॉस था 1920 में। सती महोदय, आप कहते हैं करप्शन के खिलाफ लड़ाई, और चुनाव में कहा जाता था कि मोदी चोर है, नीरव मोदी, नरेंद्र मोदी, जितने मोदी सारे के सारे मोदी चोर है, आपने भगा दिया। लेकिन सती महोदय, मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा कि विजय माल्या, नीरव मोदी और मेहुल चोकसी जो 22,585 करोड़ का जो फ्रॉड करके पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स के पैसे को जिन्होंने साइफन किया था, डाइवर्ट किया था, मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा, आउट ऑफ दैट 22,585 करोड़ 19,111 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी अटैच की जा चुकी है। 22,585 करोड़ में 19,111 करोड़ की संपत्ति को जब्त किया जा चुका है, और 15,113 करोड़ की संपत्ति बैंकों को वापस सौंप दी गई है। और इतना ही नहीं सती महोदय, बैंकों ने 15,113 करोड़ की जो संपत्ति उनको वापस मिली, उसको बेचकर 8,000 करोड़ बैंकों ने पैसा प्राप्त कर लिया है। सती महोदय, कोई बचकर नहीं जाएगा नरेंद्र मोदी के सामने, चाहे वो विजय माल्या हो, नीरव मोदी हो और मेहुल चोकसी हो। और सती महोदय, हमने तो कार्रवाई कर दिया। सती महोदय, हमने तो कार्रवाई कर दिया, और आपकी क्या स्थिति सती महोदय? इसी सदन में एक प्रश्न के उत्तर में बताया गया कि 128 केसेस पेंडिंग हैं 6 राज्यों के अंदर, जब बैंक फ्रॉड के केसेस हुए, और सीबीआई ने मांग किया कि हमको कंसेंट दीजिए, परमिशन दीजिए, क्योंकि आपने जनरल कंसेंट विड्रॉ कर लिया। 1.5 साल हो गया, आपने कंसेंट देने से इनकार कर दिया। और सती महोदय, 21,000 करोड़ 128 केसेस ये पेंडिंग है 1.5 साल से। राज्य सरकार कंसेंट नहीं दे रही है। प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहब बैठे, बात कीजिए अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी से। सबसे ज्यादा 101 मामले जिसमें 20,312 करोड़ यह महाराष्ट्र में पेंडिंग है, पंजाब के अंदर 298 करोड़, और बंगाल में 6 केसेस पेंडिंग है, एक का भी कंसेंट नहीं दिया, 293 करोड़। सती महोदय, आप कहते हैं कि विजय माल्या पर अब कार्रवाई नहीं करनी, तो कार्रवाई कर दिया। अब आप जो, और ये पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स का फ्रॉड है, ये जो पीएसबी का कोई कहीं कोई चुकी, वो तो कंसेंट की जरूरत ही नहीं है। ये तो जिन राज्यों ने कंसेंट विड्रॉ कर लिया, जहां पर कि पूछने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। सती महोदय, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर ये मनोज जायसवाल कौन है, ये अभिजीत जायसवाल कौन है, अभिषेक और मुन्ना राजीव जायसवाल कौन है, जिनका 1.5 साल से कॉर्पोरेट पावर लिमिटेड, जिनका 4,000 करोड़ का बैंक फ्रॉड आपने परमिशन नहीं दिया। यस बैंक के सीएमडी राणा कपूर, जिसका 1,500 करोड़ का कंसेंट 1.5 साल से पेंडिंग है, आपने क्यों नहीं दिया सती महोदय? और एबीजी शिपयार्ड की बात आई, आपने 14 महीने तक कंसेंट नहीं दिया, जबकि बैंक्स ने फाइल कर दिया था कंप्लेन। एफआईआर करने में 14 महीने इसलिए लगा कि महाराष्ट्र की सरकार ने 14 महीना लगा दिया, लेकिन उनको कंसेंट नहीं दिया, और जब जाकर कंसेंट दिया तब जाकर सती महोदय, पिछले 2 वर्षों के अंदर जिस प्रकार से हमारी सरकार ने काम किया है, इंडिया का एक्सपोर्ट रिकॉर्ड, आजादी के बाद के सारे रिकॉर्ड हमने तोड़ दिया, और 400 बिलियन से ज्यादा का 10 दिन पहले ही, और हमने एक्सपोर्ट का टारगेट पूरा कर लिया सती महोदय। और उसी प्रकार, और पीएम ने कहा कि लोकल गोज ग्लोबल, हिस्ट्री हैज बीन स्क्रिप्टेड, माइलस्टोन इन इंडियाज जर्नी टुवर्ड्स आत्मनिर्भर भारत। एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट 23 बिलियन का टारगेट हम पार करने जा रहे हैं। आज चावल का एक्सपोर्ट, भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा चावल का एक्सपोर्टर है। हम 90 देशों को एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, और इस बार हम एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट का एक पूरा टारगेट जो है उसको हम पार करेंगे। और वीट का एक्सपोर्ट सभापति महोदय 380% हम ज्यादा एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं सभापति महोदय। और यूक्रेन रूस क्राइसिस के कारण पूरी दुनिया के अंदर जो गेहूं का संकट पैदा हुआ है, आज हमारे किसानों की यह स्थिति है। मध्य प्रदेश, पंजाब, बाकी राज्यों के अंदर एमएसपी से 200 रुपया ज्यादा किसानों को बाजार के अंदर मिल रहा है। सभापति महोदय, केवल इन्हीं चीजों में नहीं तो मोबाइल फोन, मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा कि एप्पल ने 12,000 करोड़ का मोबाइल फोन एक्सपोर्ट करने का काम किया है। सैमसंग ने 20,000 करोड़, जब 2017-18 में 1,300 करोड़ का स्मार्टफोन हमने एक्सपोर्ट किया था, वो 32 टाइम्स बढ़ गया। और 2021-22 में 42,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का स्मार्टफोन हमने भारत से और एक्सपोर्ट करने का काम किया है। जबकि सेमीकंडक्टर्स की कमी थी, लॉकडाउन के कारण डिसरप्शन था, चाइना से तनाव के कारण कंपोनेंट्स के आने में देर थी। लेकिन ये पीएलआई स्कीम का कमाल है, जब एप्पल और सैमसंग ने भी अपना सेंटर यहां पर स्थापित कर लिया। सभापति महोदय, वन रैंक वन पेंशन की बार बार बात आती थी। अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में लोगों ने चैलेंज किया था। मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट का धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा नो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इन्फॉर्मिटी, जिस तरह से ओआरओपी भारत की सरकार ने लागू किया है, उसमें कहीं कोई कठिनाई नहीं है। और सती महोदय, पूरे डिफेंस बजट का 1/5वां हिस्सा केवल हमारा पेंशन पर जाता है। और सदन को मैं इतना ही बता दूं, तो 13-14 में 45,000 करोड़ पेंशन लायबिलिटी थी, वो बढ़कर 1,28,000 करोड़ हो गई, लगभग 4 गुना बढ़ गई। लेकिन फिर भी हमने अपने 36 लाख से ज्यादा जो सैनिक और सिविल डिफेंस के लोग थे, उनको ओआरओपी को हमने लागू करके अपने वायदे को पूरा करने का काम किया है। सभापति महोदय, बार बार इन्फ्लेशन की चर्चा होती है। शक्ति सिंह गोयल जी तो 2/3 समय केवल इन्फ्लेशन पर ही लगा दिया उन्होंने। मैं सदन को बताना चाहूंगा, अमेरिका जैसा देश, हम तो भारत हैं, 40 साल में जैसी महंगाई अमेरिका को फेस करनी पड़ रही है, आज तक अमेरिका ने वैसी महंगाई को नहीं देखा था। 7.9% कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स इन February 20, which is 40 years हाई। यूके के अंदर 30 साल में सबसे ज्यादा चरम महंगाई 6.2%। और यूरोजोन, जिसमें 19 देश जो यूरो का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, वहां पर 5.8% जो है वहां पर इन्फ्लेशन की रेट है। और भारत में इन्फ्लेशन की रेट क्या है? 6.07%। और मैं ये भी बता दूं उपसभापति महोदय, कि जब आपकी सरकार थी और जब पेट्रोल का दाम बढ़ रहा था, हमारे यहाँ तो 2022 में इन्फ्लेशन रेट 6 के आसपास है। 2008 में आपकी सरकार थी, इन्फ्लेशन रेट था 8.4%। 2009 में 10.9%, 2010 में 12% इन्फ्लेशन रेट था, 2012 में 9.3, 2013 में 11.1। तो जिनके राज में डबल डिजिट था इन्फ्लेशन रेट, और आज नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने इन्फ्लेशन को, आरबीआई का जो बैंड है 6% ±2, उसके विदिन जब हमने उसको रोक कर रखा है, तो आप कहते हैं कि महंगाई, दाम बढ़े हैं। सभापति महोदय, कौन इनकार करेगा? यूक्रेन रूस अगर युद्ध नहीं होता तो आज पेट्रोल का दाम नहीं बढ़ता, आज महंगाई पर हमने नियंत्रण लगा दिया होता। सभापति महोदय, और सभापति महोदय, जो ग्रोथ रेट का आंकड़ा है, यूक्रेन की लड़ाई, कोविड, चीन पर तनाव, सीमा पर भारत चीन सीमा पर तनाव, इन सारी परिस्थितियों में भी, और जो 2021-22 का जो ग्रोथ रेट का जो आंकड़ा, फिच जो दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी रेटिंग एजेंसी है 8.70, वर्ल्ड बैंक 8.30, IMF 9%, ये है कि 21-22 के अंदर भारत का ग्रोथ रेट दुनिया के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा ग्रोथ रेट वाले देशों में से एक होगा। ये हमारा आंकड़ा नहीं है, ये फिच, वर्ल्ड बैंक, मूडीज, IMF और आरबीआई का आंकड़ा है। सभापति महोदय, इन सारी विपरीत परिस्थितियों में मैंने कहा, न जुलूस निकला, न प्रदर्शन हुआ, न लॉकडाउन का कहीं विरोध हुआ, और नरेंद्र मोदी की लोकप्रियता लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। दूसरे देशों में वहां के प्रधानमंत्री की लोकप्रियता घट रही है। और एक मॉर्निंग कंसल्ट नाम का जो एक साइट है जो सर्वे करता है, सभापति महोदय, उसने पाया कि नरेंद्र मोदी 77% की रेटिंग के साथ दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा लोकप्रिय राजनेता है। और सत्य महोदय, बिडेन की रेटिंग कितनी है? 41%, वो 7वें नंबर पर है, और मैक्सिको के प्राइम मिनिस्टर नंबर 2 पर है। सत्य महोदय, मैं केवल ये बता रहा हूं महोदय, ये कोई सामान्य काम नहीं था कि जिस प्रकार से हमने कोविड का मुकाबला किया, जिस प्रकार से हमने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में काम किया है। तो अंत में इतना ही कहूंगा कि अगर नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं होते तो इन चुनौतियों का मुकाबला नहीं हो पाता। नरेंद्र मोदी और उनकी सरकार की उनकी सुदृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति थी। ये व्यक्ति जो टकराना जानता है, बुल्स बाई हॉर्न जिसको कहते हैं, सामने से पकड़ कर वो डरता नहीं है, घबराता नहीं है, हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलता है और सफलता की कदम उसको छूने का काम करती है। और अंत में इतना ही कहूंगा सती महोदय, सीढ़ियां उन्हें मुबारक हो, सीढ़ियां उन्हें मुबारक हो जिन्हें सिर्फ छत तक जाना है। जिनको केवल छत तक जाना है वो सीढ़ी को छोड़कर चले जाए। तो सीढ़ियां उन्हें मुबारक हो जिन्हें सिर्फ छत तक जाना है। मेरी मंजिल तो आसमां है, मेरी मंजिल तो आसमां है, रास्ता खुद मुझे बनाना है, रास्ता खुद मुझे बनाना है। महोदय, इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं निर्मला जी को और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और धन्यवाद देता हूँ, अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। The next speaker is TKS Elangobal.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. Repeatedly, I have been talking about the budget exercise, and repeatedly I have been asking whether what good this budget has done to the people who were suffering for the past 2 years, the daily wages particularly. There is nothing in this budget for the daily wages. That is my grievance. It helps others, not the daily wages. And they were jobless for quite some time. When we ask about this, they talk about the injection for COVID dose, vaccination. They are going to die because of want of food. They need food. They have no jobs. They don't know what to do. What this budget has done to that section of the society, I don't know. There is nothing here. Our honorable member Sushil Kumar Modi was talking about the profit in the banks. I know how the profits can be made. The banks run by the funds from the depositors. If you reduce the interest for the depositors, profit will go up. It's a simple logic. And what is the rate of interest for the depositors 7-8 years back, and what is the rate of interest the banks are giving today? That is the question. So increasing profit in a bank is a simple logic, and I don't know how much fund from other sources were transferred to the profit-making exercise of the individual banks. I think I have heard that the pension funds from the employees, they were all transferred to the profit, just to show that there is a profit. So a budget should address, the role of a government in a democratic government in the 20th century should be to protect its citizens, to provide socio-economic protection to its citizens. What this budget has done, they talk about rich people, they talk about getting money back from the borrowers, but what is the progressive idea, progressive concept this government has for the people who are suffering? When the diesel price, petrol price go up, it is not a simple thing. It will have a cascading effect on all materials, all food materials. The daily wager could not even afford to buy. He eats half of what he was eating earlier. That you don't know. His consumption has gone down. Even the NSSO had said that domestic consumption had gone down. NSSO is not me. It's not Congress party or DMK party. It is a government's organization. They had said that the domestic consumption had gone down. Why? Because people cannot afford to buy anything. See, for a small vendor from a village, If he wants to take his things for sale to the nearest town, he uses a moped, a small motorcycle. He has to pay more on petrol. He goes there, but he has to increase the cost of his the product which he is going to sell. But there is no buyer. So he has to come back. He will also suffer. See, look at the people who are suffering. Don't talk of banks, don't talk of other things. The duty of the government is to ensure that the people does not suffer. What is the today's, can you give me figures on the below poverty line families today? Why they are doing, what is the role of the government in protecting them? Nothing. There is nothing in this budget. Except for some colorful figures, there is nothing in the budget. This budget has failed in providing any good thing for the common man, the poorest of the poor. You are increasing prices. You say that the prices, you talk about everything. Gross domestic product, GST and other things. But what you are providing to the poor, what I cannot see anything from this budget which will help the poorest of poor of this country. Defense, okay. I don't say that there is nothing good in this budget. But the role of a government, what is the role of the government? We elect the government. We elect the government. And with a population like India, which has more than 70% of poor, the duty of the government is to protect the poor, give economic security, give social security, let them live. You don't know, you can vaccinate people and save their lives, but you have to try to stop people from dying without food. What your government has done, there is nothing in this budget. Everything goes up, all prices go up. How can a person buy food grains, food materials for his use? One thing, sir, in 2019 this government had said, repeatedly I am telling you, there will be 150% of product cost for agriculture will be provided as MSP. Now the farmers who had withdrawn their agitation after these 3 bills were withdrawn, they are demanding, you tell me about MSP. You are not talking, the government is not talking. The government does not talk about the MSP because that is the promise made in the House. The 150% MSP as recommended by MS Swaminathan committee was made in the House. Prime Minister very proudly said, this Congress government did not act on MS Swaminathan committee report. We acted. What is the act? There is nothing. This very simple promise of providing 150% of the cost price as MSP is not announced even today. Private players, as our friend Shakti Singh Goyal was talking about Jio. There was a joke in our, which I read in the Facebook. Somebody, a small boy asked his father, "Father, Jio is a government company?" Father answers, "No, my dear son, the government is Jio's company." That is the joke. So that much of privatization is taking place in this country. Why? Make in India. When what we are making in India is stopping. And you call for make in India. So the problem with this government is they want to say something which is factually wrong. They want to do something which will not do good to the poor, but do good to the rich. And the budget, every budget, 9th budget, see, I am repeatedly telling that every budget has a very promising features, but in practice, nothing is promising. Every year we are deteriorating. Our poor still stand as poor. With these words, I conclude, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Amar Pradhan. Patnaik. I'm sorry. Patnaik.
Sir, I rise to speak in favor and support of the Appropriation Bill 2022 and the Finance Bill 2022. However, while doing so, sir, I would like to make certain suggestions, certain concerns that India should be worried about, whether this government or when they were there, all of us should be worried about, all members of parliament, the entire country should be worried about. So Article 38 of our constitution, amongst many other things, it says that the state shall in particular strive to minimize the inequalities in income and endeavor to eliminate inequalities in status, facilities and opportunities, not only amongst individuals, but also amongst groups of people residing in different areas or engaged in different vocations. My concern is, which I want to flag here, whether we have achieved this. So, allow me to quote the Gini coefficient, which is a measure of inequality in society. From the year 2000 to the current year, 20 years period, the Gini coefficient has increased from 74.7 in 2000 to 82.3 in 2020. So while we are talking about growth, the GDP growth, the economic growth, increasing the size of the cake, what we have actually increased also simultaneously is the inequality in society. We have to think about this. We have to think about our economic policy as to why the inequality is not decreasing. What we call as growth is not becoming as inclusive as we would have liked, where the GDP, economic GDP is increasing. The maximum increase was in fact during the period 2000 to 2006. Now if you look at Gini index, another indicator of the World Bank, it has also increased from 34.4 in 2004 to 35.2 in 2020. Amartya Sen once said that there is a kind of tolerance to inequality in this country. It is seen in what is considered acceptable as a means of judging the performance of the economy. If the incomes of a few people rise, that is treated as evidence for economy doing well. The tolerance for that idea is worrying. It's not only Amartya Sen. If you look at the 2017 World Bank report, they exactly say the same thing, because too much of inequality would give rise to social strife, civil strife, and the Arab Spring kind of situations. So currently, the economic survey says, I quote the economic survey, last year's economic survey, that the total wealth of the middle class, which is 40%, which was 45% of the total income wealth in 1981, it decreased to 22.9% in 2020. 3.2 crores people, middle income population, the size of the middle class decreased. 5 out of 6 multidimensionally poor are SC, ST or OBC. 12% of poor live in female-headed households. So therefore, we need to have greater investment in education, health, nutrition, and the purchasing power of people at the bottom of the pyramid, income wealth pyramid, has to increase. But it is very well said to demand all this and ask for all these things to happen unless we raise the revenues for it. The finance bill is a document which basically lays out the plan for raising revenues for it. Now, how do you do it? So, the tax GDP ratio, sir, in our country, if I quote the figures, it has been hovering around 10.7% in currently, and last 5 years, 9.9%, 11.22%. There has to be something to increase our tax GDP ratio. Some way, some method has to be devised. One of the ways which I am going to plead for here is and which I think is something that the finance bill has missed, is the reintroduction of wealth tax or a COVID tax? How do you generate resources for meeting social sector expenditure? I spoke in my budget speech, sir, that the social sector expenditure as a percentage of GDP, not in gross terms, has actually remained almost at the same level. Unless we increase that, obviously the inequality indexes will not improve. Now, I have certain figures to say that if you impose this tax, as per the Oxfam India report, 1% of wealth tax on the 98 billionaires would finance the Ayushman Bharat for more than 7 years. 1% tax on wealth of 98 billionaires can take care of total expenditure for school education and literacy. 2% tax on individuals with an income of over rupees 10 crores could increase the ministry's budget by an astounding 121%. I would plead that we need to do something to get this revenue so that we can spend on social sector. This is on the appropriation account in macro terms. Now let me go to the finance bill, which has significantly good things in terms of capping the long-term capital gains tax at 15%, the SOCOS notice being made mandatory before you readjust the taxes after a reassessment. There are many good things. The dispute resolution panel. But I think the biggest concern, as Sushil Modi ji was also saying, about the digital assets. While the definition is not clear and the regulations are not there, therefore naturally it is understood that the taxation guidelines are not very clear. He had made suggestions to increase the taxes. I leave it to that, but before that, very importantly, one has to reach the definition. What constitutes a virtual digital asset in an age in which technology is literally generating new virtual private digital assets almost every year or every second. There is a confusion over there as to the set-off of loss on VDA with capital gains on transfer of VDA. Now, if it happens during the same year, whether the set-off should be happening or not, on the same kind of VDA. Now, that's something I think needs clarification. On the TDS, the problem is of traceability. If the buyer may not even be able to identify the seller at all, the buyer may not be able to identify the seller. In that case, how do you collect that particular tax? And also the cost of acquisition. So I think the virtual digital assets ecosystem has to be defined in a much bigger and much broader way. Honorable Finance Minister had already clarified. I think we have to act very fast in this now that the tax has been imposed already. I will talk about the unexplained cash credit. I think it's a very good thing. Only problem is whether the trade payables, bank borrowings, and credit card payments would be included or not, because currently it looks as if they would get included. The faceless assessment scheme, sir, which everyone is talking about, I'm sure each one of us who has been paying income tax has faced some kind of technical glitch or not. I think that still requires attention from the government to solve that. But more importantly, no acknowledgement is even given of a successfully filed submission. I think that is very important. Many taxpayers have told me about it. Now I come to the cess and surcharge, sir. So the cess and surcharge has increased 5 times during the last 10 years, 5-fold. 0.9% of GDP it was. In 2011 and 12, it has gone to 1.7% of GDP. While the cess and surcharge has increased, what has happened, however, is that the gross tax revenue has decreased from 10.4% of GDP to 9.9% of GDP. The result is a pressure on the state's finances, because the devolution to the states has decreased to that extent. And currently, if you take everything together, the devolution to the states has actually decreased to a 30% level, 30% of the gross tax revenue. Now, the CAG had recommended, the Comptroller Auditor General of India had recommended that the education cess and the health cess that is collected, there should be proper procedure for allocating it. I had spoken in my budget speech that it is actually currently being taken to actually fund the expenditure which was already meant to be there. It has not actually augmented it, because the cess is supposed to have augmented it in a specific or particular aspect of health or education. There is no cap on cess and surcharge. Honorable Chief Minister of Orissa, Naveen Patnaik, has repeatedly written to the centre that let cess and surcharge be made a part of the shareable pool then, unless you put a cap on it and you spend it for a specific purpose as it was intended to be. So last point, sir. So last point is the Orissa's demands. I'll speak in very brief. We are moving in technology. The budget emphasized heavily on technology, rightly so. But 25% of villages in Orissa are without internet connection. 25%, 6,999 villages out of 25,000 villages. And it requires 2,500 mobile stations, towers, to meet this. When will that happen? Even now, 1,623 crore of GST compensation is pending. Subsidy to be returned by the FCI for procurement of paddy, which is one of our most significant agricultural operations, post-harvest operations, is still pending to be given. And there is no clarity as to whether Government of India would lift 15 lakh metric ton of fortified parboiled rice. About 12 lakh beneficiaries are still waiting for that Prime Minister's Awas Yojana houses. When we are having a budget which will address common people, all sections of society, I really do not understand why these specific areas of concern given by the state of Orissa could not be met. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. The next speaker is V. Vijay Reddy.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Vice Chairman, sir. Sir, I raised to support the appropriation bill and also finance bill 2022, despite some anomalies which I would like to bring to the notice of the Honorable Finance Minister through you, sir. Sir, the first point is tax exemption limit. Sir, between 2014 and 2022, the cumulative inflation has increased by 48%, whereas the tax exemption limit has remained the same at 2,50,000 rupees since BJP government has come to power. Sir, I bring it to the notice of the Honorable Finance Minister that there has to be a parity between the taxation and inflation and maintain the minimum exemption limit. Sir, the parity between the taxation and inflation is needed because of the falling income, rising inflation, and stagnant tax relief. The common man cannot survive. This has to be realized by the Honorable Finance Minister. The second issue, declining the savings on taxpayers. Sir, Finance Minister Madam, 2018 and 19, the Employees Provident Fund interest rates since then have been falling, and 18-19 it is 8.65%, and as of today, 21 and 22, it has come down to 8.1%. The current rate of 8.1% is lowest the interest rate which is being paid to the Provident Fund subscribers in the last 44 years. This will have a definitely negative impact on the savings of the 5 crore Indian population. Sir, the National Pension Scheme is the only pension scheme, saving scheme, where tax is levied on maturity, on payment of maturity, which is really deplorable, and I request the Honorable Finance Minister to look into it and exempt the payment that is received by the subscriber on maturity, sir. No tax reforms has been made to make NPS, National Pension Scheme, lucrative for the taxpayers by the NDA regime, sir. Sir, COVID treatment. The expenditure that is reimbursed for COVID treatment of the family head or the family members is deductible, and it is a welcome move by the government, sir. However, the point what we have to realize now is why? Why this? Because the reimbursement occurs when there is no insurance coverage. So there is a need to encourage the health insurance which can be made affordable to masses, and it can be made affordable by the masses only if GST at the rate of 18% is reduced to nil. I request the Honorable Finance Minister may say that it is not in our hands. It is in the hands of the state and GST Council. But that is not the reply, sir, what we expect from the Honorable Finance Minister. Though the authority lies with the GST Council, it is the BJP government which is responsible for that, and it can take up the issue because there are so many states where the BJP is in power, and they can take up the issue in the GST Council and reduce the GST on insurance from 18% to nil. Sir, the next issue is disinvestment of PSUs and public sector banks. And Honorable Finance Minister, Madam, by amending the provisions of carry forward losses, you have made the setting off of losses, sir. Under section 79, you are enabling the disinvestment more easier. Sir, the disinvestment of where some of the PSUs are being sold by part, and some of the PSUs are being sold in one go, altogether to private parties. Sir, disinvestment process of 18 PSUs out of 36 PSUs is complete in some respect or other. The sale of PSBs or GIC, IDBI is already privatized 2 of the PSBs, sir, and 1 general insurance company also is being privatized. Sir, today and tomorrow, All India Bandh is called for only for against the privatization. So we, the state government of Andhra Pradesh, is supporting the Bandh and opposing the privatization of public sector undertakings. Sir, the public, what is expected of the PSUs by the general public at large? General public of this country at large expect the PSUs would contribute to the develop the critical infrastructure and provide affordable goods and services, and third, generate lakhs of employment, jobs, creation of jobs. Sir, it is these PSUs, and I refer to the Visakhapatnam steel plant, during the pandemic has helped the public at large, and which is being privatized now, and who will take care of the public if you start privatizing all the public sector undertakings which are generating profit or likely to generate the profits. Sir, Vizag, coming to Vizag steel plant. Andhra Pradesh is the biggest victim of central government decision to privatize PSU, sir. And the state government has been agitating against the privatization of RINL for the last 1.5 years. Nothing. And BJP the ruling dispensation is not able to hear anything sitting in Delhi. What the people of the state who are crying there in Visakhapatnam, sir. Sir, central government wants to privatize VSP, that is Visakhapatnam steel plant, for the simple reason that it is incurring losses. In reality, it is not incurring losses, sir. I request the Honorable Finance Minister, Madam, to go into the records, and for the current year, it is 1,000 crore profit, sir. And sir, what has been invested by central government? The central government initially has invested about 5,000 crores in Visakhapatnam steel plant. Against investment of 5,000 crores for the last decades, how much it has got back? It has got back by way of dividends about 51,000 crores when it was earning profits. Just because in the recent past, it has incurred the losses, and the decision to privatize Visakhapatnam steel plant is really deplorable against the interest of the public, sir. And I request the Honorable Finance Minister, Madam, to scrupulously follow 3 R's, that is restructure, revamp, and revive the public sector undertakings rather than privatizing them, sir. Sir, why? Why Visakhapatnam steel plant is right now is incurring losses, not right now, in the past? Because central government has not allotted the mines to that, captive mines. And secondly, central government has refused to restructure the debt and waive the interest. It is because of these 2 reasons that it has incurred losses, for a period of 5 years or so, sir. Sir, GST compensation. Sir, I heard the reply of Honorable Finance Minister when Finance Minister has responded to the question in the question hour, and it gave an impression that Madam has extended the GST compensation to states for a period of 5 years. I have repeatedly seen the video and tried to find out, try to understand what Madam has said. Madam has said that the surcharge, what is levied, would be extended for another period of 5 years for the central government to repay the loans that it has paid to the compensation that has been paid to the states. In fact, Finance Minister Madam has not extended the compensation period to the state, payable to the states. I request the Honorable Finance Minister Madam to kindly reconsider and extend the period of compensation payable to the states for another period of 5 years. Sir, 2 more points, sir. 3 more points. Sir. Cryptocurrency. Sir, this is very important, sir. Cryptocurrency. Another 2 minutes of that. Cryptocurrency. For the last 4 decades or 5 decades, Congress has ruled the country and now BJP is ruling the country. I bring it to the notice of the Honorable Finance Minister that there is a possibility of misusing the cryptocurrency, and I humbly request the Finance Minister Madam to address the issue, sir. And sir, any transaction that is not routed through the exchange, there are about 150, less than 150 exchanges in the world, sir, cryptocurrencies exchanges. Any transaction that is not routed through the exchange, and the transaction that takes place between the 2 individuals, myself and my friend Ramesh ji, how the government will come to know? See, according to me, there is a possibility of Congress or BJP opening 90 crore account and transfer the funds through DBT, sir. Direct benefit transfer scheme to buy the voters, to lure the voters. So this has to be addressed, sir. And finally, sir, very important amendment to the Finance Act. Madam has proposed and amended Section 147 of the Income Tax Act, which Congress party has misused for 4 decades, sir. Sir, assessing officer, there the words that have been omitted from the section is, according to 147, an assessing officer who has a reason to believe that the income has escaped assessment, he can reopen the assessment. Now, that reason to believe has been omitted and dropped by the Honorable Finance Minister Madam last year. Now, assessing officer has got an unfettered freedom. Whether he has a reason to believe or not, he can reopen the assessment. Now, we have the political parties and regional political parties on which the ruling dispensation can take the vengeance, and earlier they have taken the vengeance and they have foisted, so Congress party has foisted so many false cases. So I request the Honorable Finance Minister Madam to kindly look into 147 and then restore the amendments that have been made in the last year, sir. And last point, sir, Section 10, subsection 23C. The charitable institutions, they are all charitable institutions, they are not discretionary trust. Charitable institutions which are covered and comply with the conditions of Section 10, subsection 23C have been, and conditions have been made more stringent and imposed, and stringent conditions are imposed at par with those of the trust covered under Section 11 and 12. By doing so, we are not doing justice to the charitable institutions, sir. I request the Honorable Madam, Finance Minister Madam, the government can very well delete Section 10, subsection 23C and make all the trust claim benefits under Section 11 to Section 13 of the Income Tax Act. Such a step will simplify the law, and there will not be any separate category of special status of the trust claiming exemption under Section 1023C, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. V. Sivadathan.
Respected Chair of the Honorable August House, here our Honorable Member Rajyasabha Reddy referred the struggle of workers, and also he supported the struggle. Today, while we are sitting in the house. Why our workers of the country is on the street. Their demands is directly linked with the policy of the government. Sir, they are demanding for a better life for the people of our nation. They are demanding better education. They are demanding better food, better clothing for everybody in our nation. One of the great poets, Pablo Neruda, told us that he was asked, why you are not speaking on the beauty of the native country? Why you are not speaking on the big mountain of his native land? Why you are not speaking the sweet sound of the river? Then he answered in his poem that, come and see the blood in the street. Come and see the blood in the street. Sir, I think this is the very important point what Neruda told us. So here, I try to recite two lines. जब गुलिस्ता को लहू की जरूरत पड़ी, सबसे पहले हमारी ही गर्दन कड़ी, फिर भी कहते हैं हमसे ये अहले चमन, ये चमन है हमारा तुम्हारा नहीं. When the garden needed blood, you have cut our necks. Even though you are telling us the garden is yours, not ours. Sir, I am telling, sorry, this is not work in our nation. Our nation, our great nation, India is built by the sweat and blood of the workers in our country. India, the great nation, built by the sacrifice of the peasants. India, the great nation, built by the martyrdom of youths. So this country, the workers will fight against the policies of the government. So the fighting spirit of workers you will see in the streets. So the government the union government is trying to help the corporate houses, big corporate houses, and they are trying to help them to exploit the people in various ways. We are seeing these all things in different ways. The food, employment, health, and food, and education, and other facilities are very important for the development of the society. But existing government is not ready to invest proper amount for the development of the society, for the development of the marginalized communities. They are not ready to help, try to eradicate malnutrition, poverty, these kind of illness. They are neglecting education and health facilities for the nation. The finance minister, respected minister, says there is a record GST collection, but the marginalized communities are not getting proper share for them. So, sir, the budgetary allocation, the figures are clearly shown that the common people will be charged and richest will be benefited. This is the existing condition. Sir, again I am telling, there was a lot of incidents which prove the anti-people approach of the government. One of these, sir, related to the midday meal system. 1,500 crore rupees has been reduced in this year present budget. So it will affect the students, especially those who are from the marginalized section. Sir, currently in India, young children are facing lot of crises. They are facing different problems. We see child mortality, maternal mortality, stunted growth, wasting, and anemia. So the number of anemic children in India is the largest in the world. Sir, now the world is discussing the situation of in Sri Lanka. There, the common people is in the long queue for getting a piece of bread and water. Sir, I am adding something related to this, sir, but in India, the anemic children is 94 million. Sir, 94 million, it means this 94 million means this is 4 times of entire population of Sri Lanka. That means 4 crying Sri Lankas are here. Here in India, starving Sri Lanka, 4 starving Sri Lanka is here, sir. So again, another thing is, sir, now we are discussing the Ukraine issues. There, the bleeding war field of Ukraine. Sir, the number of the anemic children in India is the more than the 2 times of Ukraine, entire population of Ukraine. So this also will be discussed here, sir. Sir, UNICEF report says that the major portion of the death of children under 5 is related to malnutrition. Every day in India, more than 4,500 children die. In a single minute, we are losing 3 children. So, in Global Hunger Index 2021, the position of India 101 out of 116 countries. So, Global Hunger Index has been prepared on the basis of the performance in undernourishment, child wasting, child stunting, and child mortality. The report of National Family Health Service, NFHS 5, has shown the status of India. In these areas, in India, we will see these all cases, a huge urban-rural divide also we are seeing. The extreme divide between urban and rural areas is pointed in the report. Sir, in neonatal mortality rate, the child death before the first 28 days of the birth, urban is 18, rural is 28, average, national average is 25. Infant mortality rate, sir, urban is 27, rural is 38, average 35. Under 5 mortality rate, urban 32, rural 46, average is 41. Child stunting, urban is 30, rural is 35, national average is 41. So child wasting, urban 35, rural 37, average, national average is 35. Sir, 2 points, sir. Underweight is urban 27, rural 33, national average is 32. Sir, these all things I am quoting from the report of the government report. In this capital city, sir, Delhi, 3 girls aged between 2 and 11 starved to death, sir. Doctors in the hospital, after the postmortem report, they said, sir, they had not eaten a single piece of bread in the previous 7 days. In previous 7 days, sir, they couldn't take a single piece of bread. The majority of the workers in India are getting very meager amount as their wage. Sir, the minimum wage of employees in various parts, their minimum wage is below than the price of the 2-liter petrol, sir. And there is a huge decrease in the real wages of the workers. The existing wages to the workers is not sufficient for to buy even a liter cooking oil. So even a cooking oil, they are unable to buy with their wages, sir. Sir, the workers have their own dreams. They have dreams for better education. They have dreams for better food, for clothing, and these all things, sir. Everybody have their own dreams, but they are unable to fulfill their dreams with this wage. The workers of the world unite is the word is in our hearts, sir. And Max, in his great work, you told you have nothing to lose. Also, we are keeping in mind. So, sir, I am repeatedly telling to you, एक बागी नहीं, मनोजा, एक बागी नहीं, एक गेत नहीं, हम सारी दुनिया मांगेंगे. So, sir, here, sir, our constitution, preamble of the constitution says, we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. So, sir, these words I am concluding. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivdasan. The next speaker is Dr. M. Thambudurai.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. The fourth union budget presented by the Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, on 1st February 2022 was like a booster dose for the economy in the endemic, post-endemic era, wherein the government has chosen to lead the path by heavily increasing the capital expenditure to create a cycle of high growth, employment generation, spur in the consumption, which in turn is like to bring buoyancy in revenues rather than going for the fiscal squeeze, which is required to take India to the next level. Sir, I want to make one thing very clear. Some of our opposition members accused the Prime Minister has not taken keen on the poor and others. There is no development like that. I want to say, sir, the budget seeks to lay the foundation for achieving the vision of the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji. For example, if you take agriculture, agriculture is giving more importance during Modi's period. He allocated lot of money, and also the agriculture workers, the rural area, is getting lot of incentives, and they have given the money for them, putting in their accounts to give purchasing power and the employment opportunity. And also, you know very well, when we are facing this pandemic situation, how our Prime Minister acted to see that to boost get the more vaccinations for that, for encourage our Indian manufacturers to that, laboratories. He visited physically. Taking the risk of his life, he visited most of the labs and to see whether it is going on or for the country. That way, he is such kind of a man. He has taken so much stress for the poor people and for development of this country, and also the vaccines which produced also exported to other countries also. That way he is concerned for other states, other countries also. That way he showed his human kindness. We have to appreciate that, sir. Regarding the last time also in the question number you have seen, in the employment, our Honorable Minister is Labor and Employment Minister is there. I raised a question. At that time he answered, how these recent years the employment ratio increased year by year. That showed that employment opportunity, how is our Prime Minister giving to the youth, is especially for education, health, and other sectors is showing. Especially, sir, if you take schemes-wise, if you take also drinking water scheme, yes, allotted a lot of for that. Then also for housing scheme, Prime Minister allotted a lot of fund for that. For roads, historical allocation given for the road development. And also education also same way. Defense, he is more concerned about the security of this country. That is why when Prime Minister has taken over these reins of this country, he is concentrating more on the defense sector to see that external threat must not be there, especially from Pakistan or China and other countries. That shows this capacity, how that when he is investing more, employment is also getting there. And also, especially MSME sector. MSME sector is given more than 9% of that thing has been increased to give them a lot of employment opportunity. Sir, I want to say some things regarding the Tamil Nadu also. See, Edapadi Palaniswamy as the Chief Minister at that time, he lot of welfare schemes for socio-economic schemes. He implemented that based on our Amma, Madam, who has done Jayalalitha ji at that time, same way he has done what MGR also did. But our Yelongo said, this government is not caring about the poor people. Repeatedly go on arguing, this government is not bothering about the poor people. There is no socio-economic development interest. Sir, I want to put one question. to the honorable members. When they present the budget in Tamil Nadu, what's out the budget that Tamil Nadu is implement? They never included what the promises the main election phase was. For example, every 1,000 rupees will be every family members. Whether implemented or not. No, I'm telling, because when you are, sir, and also, for example, 2,500 rupees, our Yadapadi Palyansam is given the every household car holders in the pending situation. Not only pending, Pongal gift also is given. But that has been withdrawn. Sir, Mangal Sutra is a big, good scheme for poor people giving gold to the Tari Tangam. Madam Jalita has brought.
It is his time.
But that is,
It's not your time, it's his time. Let him speak.
Because when you said, sir, when you said that there is no, this government is not caring about the poor, whether that government is caring about the poor, I want to ask them. Thalik Tangam, there is a good scheme for the educated people, poor people. Madam is into the scheme. That scheme implemented very well by Yadapadi Palyansami. But now this government has stopped. Then how can if they come and discuss and criticize this government when Modi is giving a lot of welfare programs? So many, Madam Sitaram from Tamil Nadu, she has coming giving a good budget when everybody is appreciating. Why has to go on telling there is socio-economic neglected, this same word that MK has gone telling. Which they neglected this kind of programs. That is why what we are seeing that, sir. This is another thing, sir, regarding education. Sir, our country needs 5 sectors we have to consolidate. One is agriculture. Second is education. Third is health. Fourth is defense and other industrial activities. We appreciate that, sir. But what I'm suggesting, sir, education side, health side, we require giving a lot of importance, which our government is ready to, is coming forward. But I request Finance Minister, one problem is facing self-financing institution, trust, what our trust recently said, our Andhra friend has said just now, Reddy has said, Trust Act, when the Congress was in power, they brought an act betting all 85% of the trust money is spent same here. They cannot save it. Otherwise, income tax won't accept. But now, sir, pandemic situation has come. Most 2/3 of the institutions in India run by the trusts. When trust is not having money, they are not saving. How they give the salary to the people? Therefore, that clause is affecting. That is trust. Therefore, if a government somebody says, don't pay the tax, the country means, can the government able to run the government? Therefore, same way, if your trust cannot have the money, the parents, how they give salary to the workers or teachers, or so many institutions are suffering that. Therefore, I am requesting the Honorable Finance Minister look into this, how the Trust Act is not a correct one. It is going to affect so many employed people, many teachers and other workers in the country. They are suffering a lot because of that. Government is not in a position to finance for the institutions. Bank is not going to give a loan that. How they are going to rent that? Therefore, that's the lacuna which created by the Congress government that has to rectify this present government, seeing this situation, sir. This I am requesting. Same way, income tax. Income tax department, madam has given certain concession last time. Appreciate that. At the same time, previous government, nothing done. I know that. But now, once again requesting Honorable Finance Minister to see sympathetic with the salary class people. When price index is gone increasing, your slab is still you are maintaining that. Therefore, they are not in a position to pay that. Therefore, I humbly request Honorable Finance Minister to look into salary people problem, how you can further give concession. That is my humble request. I pray I may welcome this budget. This is a fine budget. He is a sympathetic, socio-economic based on that. And also, Narendra Modi ji is very concerned about the poor people, and he has brought so many schemes, well-known schemes. I once again appreciate this government, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sukhindu Sagarrai.
While participating in this appropriation and finance bill, the first thing that occurs to my mind is that this government has given a return gift to the nation after the elections in the 5 states recently held. First of all, the petrol and diesel prices have risen 6 times in 7 days. LPG cylinders costlier by 50 rupees, and it is almost rupees 1,000 per cylinder. Prices of kerosene oil have doubled. Edible oil prices are up by 25 to 40%. 11% hike in prices of essential medicines, and it will be further rise in the coming months, according to reports. So rise in prices of cereal, fruits, vegetables is driving up the food inflation. Petrol prices for bulk users has been increased by rupees 25 per litre, and jet fuel prices have also increased by 18%. Everybody knows in this country that when the price of bulk users for particularly diesel is increased, there will be cascading effect on all the essential commodities because of the transportation of the goods from one station to another. Sir, Moody's Investors Services has estimated that fuel retailers together lost around rupees 19,000 crores in revenue for keeping petrol and diesel prices on hold during elections in 5 states, because the government did not want to rationalize the price during election because of the political reasons. And after 5-6 months, it has been doubled, tripled, and going up every day. So my submission to the government would be that it needs to be ensured that these losses are not entirely transferred to the common people. So far the finance bill is concerned, it was passed in Lok Sabha after accepting 39 amendments to the bill that was tabled. Why was there so many amendments? Was it because of vote drafting? Was it because of careless proofreading? Or failure to complete stakeholder consultations and feedback gathering ahead of introducing bills in Parliament? Because everything done in a hush-hush manner, and all on a sudden it is tabled in the Parliament, either in this house or on this house. So far finance bill is concerned, it was tabled naturally in the other house. So government is emptying out the piggy banks, the borrowings from small savings. The borrowings from small savings are designed to support household and pensioners, not to finance the government's deficit. In 2021, the government budgeted to borrow 2.4 lakh crore from small savings, but ended up borrowing more than double of this figure. For 22-23, the government has budgeted for 5.6 lakh crore, a figure bound to increase and is lower than last year revised estimates. Sir, poor allocation for marginalized groups. This year's budget has allocated rupees 70 crore for the rehabilitation of those involved in the manual scavenging under the self-employment scheme for rehabilitation of manual scavengers. This is 30% less than the last year's allocation of rupees 100 crores. Shockingly, even this 100 crore was revised down to rupees 43.31 crores. Why is not the government able to utilize the allocations made towards manual scavenging? Is there no seriousness in ensuring that people are not forced to risk their lives and dignity like this? Instead, the government tells us in this house that no workers have died due to manual scavenging. It's a shame on the part of the governmental authorities. Sir, the central government has SREAS, an umbrella program comprising 4 highly important higher education programs, namely National Fellowship for SC, National Overseas Scholarships for SCs, Top Class Education for SC students, and free coaching for SC and OBC students. But this house will be shocked to know it saw a combined allocation of only rupees 364 crore. Sir, so far the women and children are concerned, the general budget has decreased from 0.71% of the GDP of the revised estimates for 21-22 to 0.66 in the estimates of 22-23, according to an analysis of the All India Democratic Women's Association. I don't know how it is true, but government will be in a position to tell this House that what is the truth all about. So at rupees 92,736 crore, the children budget has also dropped from 2.46% of the expenditure this fiscal to 2.35% in the next fiscal. Between April to December 21, only 48% of the approved budgets for midday meals had been released. For ICDS, it was 52%. The allocations for midday meals are 11% lower than the budget estimates for the previous year. So far the education is concerned, the budget allocation made last year for education saw a 6% decrease from the budget allocation made in 2021. This year, the allocation saw an increase of 12% as compared to last year, but only a 5% increase over the allocation of 2021. The entire allocation on education for the previous year has not been used, in spite of the economic survey finding an increase in the number of children not enrolled in schools after the pandemic. So ironically, the total expenditure in education is less than 1% of the GDP, whereas the cash-strapped states, they are contributing 3 to 4 times than the center. So the states are more effective than the central government in providing funds for expenditure in the education heads, on the education heads. Sir, my next point would be, the government has claimed the the government has made tall claims about resource mobilization. But according to me, the main target of this government for resource mobilization is only to sell out the public properties, lock, stock and barrel. So, and they have not spared any sector, any of the public sectors like airport, port, rail, bank, insurance, and even mini Ratna companies of the public sector. Sir, I am coming to one or two provisions of the Constitution. Sir, Article 36 of the Constitution, which deals with the directive principles of state policy. This should be a Gita or a Quran or a Bible for any government in running the government, for the governance of the country. Sir, ये संविधान का बात है भाई, समझिए पहले फिर बोलिए, बंगाल भी बोलिए, गुजरात भी बोलिए. Sir, my next point I am submitting to you. Article 38, sub-article 2, it says, and I quote, the states shall, in particular, strive to minimize the inequalities in income and endeavor to eliminate inequalities in status, etc. Then, Article 39, Clause B, that the ownership and control of the material resources of the community are so distributed as best to serve the common good. And next, Clause C, that the operation of the economic system does not result in the concentration of wealth and means of production to the common detriment. And what is happening? When the Modi government came to power or the BJP government came to power, I stand myself corrected. When the BJP government came to power in 2014, there were 103 billionaires. And they had 22 lakh crores of wealth at that point of time. And in 2021, that is last year assessment, 142 millionaires, they rose from 103 to 142. And these 142 billionaires are having 53 lakh crores wealth And what is our budget, total budget coverage? Only 35 lakh crore. So government budget coverage is 35 lakh crores, and 142 billionaires, they are having 53 lakh crores of assets. So this is the inequality which is not only detrimental to the common good as enshrined in the Constitution under the head of directive principles of state policy. Therefore, I urge upon the government to follow the constitutional provisions in letter and spirit rather than to sell out everything to the big corporates, the crony capitalists. It seems to mobilize resources, this government has become bankrupt or insolvent, and the insolvency and bankruptcy code may be made applicable for the government also, because the figures I have mentioned before you, it is crystal clear from the figures that the government has totally surrendered to the crony capitalists, and all the economic policies of the government, they are being dictated upon by the crony capitalists, and this government is only implementing their policies. So this is an agency. This government has become an agency of the crony capitalists. So this is my submission, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Besambar Prasad Nizar.
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। विनियोग विधेयक 2022-23 के लिए मैं समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी, प्रोफेसर रामपाल यादव जी की तरफ से बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं। जहां आज पूरे देश में बैंकों की हड़ताल है, आज हम सदन में विनियोग विधेयक पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। पूरे देश का लाखों बैंक एम्प्लॉय जो है, जो सरकार की गलत नीतियां हैं, निजीकरण को लेकर के जो है आज बैंक 2 दिन की हड़ताल में है। हम अपनी पार्टी की तरफ से उनका सपोर्ट करते हैं, मांग करते हैं कि जो बैंक कर्मचारियों की जो समस्याएं हैं, जो निजीकरण है, बंद किया जाए। गांधी जी ने बैंक गांव-गांव में बैंक खोलने की व्यवस्था कराई थी कि गांव का आदमी गांव में बैंक रहेगा तो गांव में पैसा जमा करेगा, लेन देन करेगा। आज सब प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो रहा है, जिससे किसान, मजदूर, गरीब सब परेशान है। मनोहर, इसी से चूंकि जब निजीकरण होगा तो लोगों की नौकरियां जाएंगी, और जो परम पूज्य बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने जो SC ST के लिए, OBC के लिए आरक्षण दिया था, धीरे धीरे निजीकरण से जो है लोगों की नौकरियां जा रही हैं, आरक्षण खत्म होता जा रहा है, और SC ST OBC के लोगों को जो है आरक्षण खत्म करके गुलाम बनाने की साजिश की जा रही मानो। इसीलिए OBC के लोग मांग करते हैं, जो देश की आधी आबादी से ज्यादा लोग हैं, कि हमारी जाति जनगणना करा ली जाए और हमें आबादी के हिसाब से सभी सेक्टरों में भागीदारी दी जाए। मानो अभी हम देख रहे हैं, लगातार बात चल रही है। अभी डीजल पेट्रोल के दाम, जब उत्तर प्रदेश में चुनाव था, 5 राज्यों में चुनाव था, तो 1 महीना डीजल पेट्रोल के दाम नहीं बढ़े। सरकार यही कहती थी कि ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार पर निर्भर है, उस समय क्यों नहीं बढ़े, और अचानक 50 रुपये रसोई गैस से बढ़ा दिए गए। डीजल पेट्रोल के दाम रोज बढ़ रहे हैं, और जीवन रक्षक दवाएं जो आम आदमी की दवा है वो जो है कई गुना बढ़ने जा रही हैं, और पैरासीटामोल भी। और हम देखते हैं जीवन रक्षक दवाओं के लिए 10 गुना से लगाकर 200 गुना तक दाम उनके निर्धारित रहते हैं, और इतनी कालाबाजारी होती है कि जो MR होते हैं और मेडिकल स्टोर वाले होते हैं, डॉक्टर वही दवा लिखता है जो MR उसको सजेस्ट करता है, 200-300 गुना उसके दाम होते हैं, और किसान घाटे खेती कर रहा है, उसकी लागत का भी मूल्य नहीं दिया जा रहा। खर्चा लोगों के जेब में जो है पैसा कम है और खर्चा ज्यादा है। मानवर, आज हम देख रहे हैं कि देश के गरीबों किसानों पर टैक्स लगाया जा रहा है। आम आदमी की सवारी साइकिल है, साइकिल पर 18% टैक्स है। हम मांग करेंगे माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी से कि गरीब मजदूर आदमी साइकिल पर चलता है, उस पर टैक्स खत्म किया जाना चाहिए। आपने हीरा पे टैक्स खत्म किया है। हीरा कौन उद्योगपति, बड़ा अमीर आदमी हीरा खरीदता पहनता है, तो इसलिए साइकिल पे टैक्स खत्म किया जाना चाहिए। मानवर,
शिक्षा में, स्वास्थ्य में, सब में बजट की कमी की गई है। और खास तौर पर SC ST OBC के जो बच्चों को छात्रवृत्ति मिलती थी, मिडिल क्लास तक 8वीं तक तो उनके स्कॉलरशिप भी खत्म कर दी गई। और उनके जितने कोचिंग सेंटर थे, जो बजट था उसमें, जो मेन बजट इनका उसमें बजट हटाया गया है। और मानवर आज हम देख रहे हैं देश में समान काम समान वेतन की कर्मचारी मांग कर रहे हैं। 10-10, 12-12 घंटे रोज से काम कराया जाता है। देश के चाहे आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स हो, चाहे आशा वर्कर्स हो, चाहे शिक्षा मित्र हो, चाहे सरपंच, चाहे पंचायत मित्र हो, चाहे होमगार्ड, PRD से लगा करके, चौकीदार से लगा के, सब लोग मांग कर रहे हैं कि हमको हमारा 10-12 घंटे काम दिया जाता है, समान वेतन किया जाए। इसी तरह से मानो देश के केंद्रीय सेवाओं में और प्रदेश सेवाओं में लोग जो है पुरानी पेंशन की बहाल की मांग करते हैं। मानो 22-23 में 2004 में वाजपेयी जी BJP की सरकार ने खत्म किया था पुरानी पेंशन। 80 लाख जो है आवासों की बात कही है। और मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भाषण, चुनावी भाषण उठा के देखिए, उन्होंने कहा था 2022 तक देश के सभी गरीबों को पक्का आवास देने का काम करेंगे। आप 80 लाख का बजट किए। और हम बताना चाहते हैं, मकान 1,20,000 का मिलेगा। आपने बालू के दाम, मोरम के दाम 4 गुने कर दिए, सीमेंट के दाम 2 गुने कर दिए, लोहा सरिया के दाम 2 गुने कर दिए। कैसे गरीब आदमी 1,20,000 में मकान बनाने का काम करेगा? हम देखते हैं उसमें घोटाले होते हैं। माला फतेह में हम देखा कि कितने भी आवास है, वहाँ पे जो है उसमें दलाली हो रही है।
Interventions made by other members except Mr. Nisad.
डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, रोकिए ना। मानो किसान आज घाटे खेती कर रहा है। अन्न प्रथा से हमारा पूरा देश का किसान परेशान है। आमदनी ठंडी, खर्चा रुपया। आज किसान मजदूर के पास जैसे नोटबंदी, GST और ये लॉकडाउन हुआ, तब से लोगों के रोजगार चले गए। मानव किसानों के लिए स्वामीनाथन रिपोर्ट के लिए इन्होंने कहा था स्वामीनाथन रिपोर्ट लागू करेंगे, करें लागू करें। मानव हम तो चाहते हैं कि MSP का कानून बने, और जिस तरह से आप उद्योगपतियों के लिए कानून बनाते हैं, उनकी मूल्य निर्धारण करते हैं, उसी तरह किसानों के लिए MSP का कानून बनना चाहिए। मानव आज देश का किसान आत्महत्या कर रहा है। देश का किसान चाहता है कि जो उनके पास कर्जा है, आप चुनाव में तो 1000 अरबों रुपए खर्च करते हैं, देश के किसानों का जो है कर्जा माफ किया जाना चाहिए। मानव उनके लिए बजट में कोई कर्जा माफ करने, जब चुनाव होता है तब कर्जे की बात करते हो, जब चुनाव खत्म तो कर्जे की बात नहीं करते हो। तो ये बजट में कर्जे माफ करने की कोई व्यवस्था नहीं। मानव हमारे यहाँ तमाम अब डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, हमें बोलने नहीं दे रहे हैं। अब जब इनका मौका तो बोलिए। मैं आपसे विनती करना चाहते हैं कि आज देश का किसान, नौजवान, जब से नोटबंदी, लॉकडाउन हुआ, देश के बहुत हालत खराब है। आज किसान, नौजवान आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं। इलाहाबाद में 3 बच्चों ने आत्महत्या कर ली। लोग डिग्री दे रहे हैं इनकी सरकार में, और ये लोग एक शोर मचा रहे। केवल इन्होंने सरकारी मशीनरी से, ईवीएम से पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में तो अखिलेश यादव जी को जला दिया था। केंद्र की सरकार ने बेईमानी से जो है उत्तर प्रदेश में सरकार अखिलेश की बनाने से रोकने का काम किया है। उसमें आप कहते हैं आज उत्तर प्रदेश हटा से नहीं आता है, तो मानो हम ये हल्ला कर रहे हैं, 100 रुपये का जवाब दे रहा हूँ। तो मानो आज जरूरत है किसान की आमदनी बढ़ाने का, उनकी लागत के अनुसार उनको जो है उनका MSP कानून बनाने का। उनकी हम यही मांग करें कि बजट में जो है किसानों के लिए जो है खाद, बीज और उनके सब्सिडी दी जाए, और किसानों को निःशुल्क सिंचाई, निजी ट्यूबवेल की सिंचाई फ्री की जाए। इस तरह से तमाम ये मांग करते हैं कि निवेदन करेंगे किसानों के लिए, इससे आत्महत्या न करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The next speaker is Praful Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, sir. I will be as constructive as possible without getting into this blame game on either side. We must look at the situation in the country for the last 2 years, especially with the COVID pandemic. It has been something very unsettling, not only for the country, but for the whole world. And I must say that we must compliment both the government of India as well as all the states, irrespective of party affiliations, how everybody has collectively fought this pandemic, and we have not entirely come out of it, but relatively the impact to India has been much softer than what one had expected. In fact, in the March of 2020, when the pandemic started, and for the first 3 months when the country was under complete lockdown, and the uncertainty which was prevailing all over the world, we didn't know what was the pandemic about, what is the cure about it, and then we just barely came out of it. We had a second wave, and then fortunately the third wave was a little bit of a milder one. But nonetheless, I think the pandemic has been a very unsettling moment for the country. And we are, some of the figures do reflect that things are much better. GST collections, as many a speaker have mentioned, and the finance minister mentioned in a budget speech also. But we're only going by GST numbers and being very happy that we have achieved 1,30,000 crores for at least 5 months in this current fiscal year. While it is a good sign, but also it does not reflect the true state of the economy. There are many sectors, and I'm sure the finance minister is aware of it, which have still a lot of stress, and they need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed timely, especially her latest intervention in the budget about the hospitality, tourism and related sectors, where she has announced a further package which was over and above the MSME package which was announced last year. Well, I must say that while some of the benefits have reached some of the industries, but I am sure that there have been a lot of fatalities, mortalities in this sector, also in the MSME sector. Many a small company have closed down permanently, which needs to be addressed, and I'm sure it is a matter of concern. The most destabilizing factor after the pandemic has come the Ukraine war. And I think when she delivered a speech on the 1st of February, Madam Finance Minister was not aware that this could be a situation which will arise a few days later. And the Ukraine war has demonstrated that suddenly, have you seen, the prices of fuel were going up, but they have really hit the roof, and Petroleum Minister is also sitting here in the House. He will acknowledge what are the special circumstances. We are comparing the current fuel price increase with something which happened during 2008-9. While we are comparing it, I don't think it is apple to apple exactly, because in 2008-9, there was no Ukraine conflict. There was some different situation. At the same time, the rupee then was around 40 rupees a dollar. Right now, the rupee is at around 77 rupees to a dollar. So there is going to be a major impact on the finances of the government of India, no matter how good we want to portray the numbers. Because these numbers, while 400 billion of exports have been achieved, very creditable, very laudable, but we must also understand that the balance of payments, we are also going to face an equally higher deficit because of the higher import fuel bill, which will lead to still the disparity between the exports and the imports, and that will be close to almost $200 billion this year. So I'm sure Finance Minister is aware of these issues and will address them suitably. I also would like to mention specially here that her budget speech mentioned some money coming from disinvestment of public sector. That the LIC disinvestment itself is on hold. That reflects that because of the uncertainty of the Ukraine war and the current economic climate, there is going to be a challenge for her to meet some of those numbers also. So while I'm not a complete proponent of disinvestment or not disinvesting. I would like to look at it objectively. But at the same time, I think your numbers on all heads of the budget are going to be impacted hugely because of this current situation which has arisen after the Ukraine war. I would also like to reflect, on the middle class, because the middle class is the most, I would say, the boxed in, the sandwich class of the country. They have very little flexibility. They cannot reduce their spending. They cannot increase their earnings. Most of them resort to minor savings. Most of them go to banks. Still, there's less, I would say, an eagerness for people, the middle class, to invest in other instruments. Some people do go to mutual funds and all, but that's a very small number compared to the number of people who want to put their savings in a more secure format. And therefore, today banks offering 3.5%, and compared to the inflation, official inflation figure of 6% plus, which you yourself have mentioned, you can imagine very well that an average middle class person cannot make two ends meet, cannot beat inflation with the amount of interest. In fact, the income will be reduced to that extent year on year. And the middle class feels the heat of high petrol prices, diesel prices, cooking gas prices, and all the general items on the inflation list which we normally see. So therefore, I feel that at least on the savings account, some kind of a balance. I'm sure the Reserve Bank and everybody wants to reduce interest rates for lending especially. But for people who go for savings especially, small people, I think we need to have a relook, because 3.5% interest rates certainly don't do justice to anybody. And on the other side, some of my colleagues have spoken about tax exemption limits. Again, the middle class is the one which is feeling the heat of the exemptions not being increased year on year to keep pace with inflation. I feel something needs to be looked at meaningfully on that account also. My point is about the current situation after the Ukraine war. We feel an increased threat perception all around the world, and especially in our neighborhood. We have Pakistan, a perennial problem to deal with. And China is also equally another perennial problem. And with the kind of geopolitics which is playing around in the world, India with its issues itself with Pakistan and with China, the continuous border issues going on in Ladakh and in other parts of Arunachal Pradesh, I think we need to look at our infrastructure development, especially in these areas, much more meaningfully. Yes, you are doing a lot in the road sector, especially thanks to the big cess you are collecting on petroleum products, which again is being redeployed for infrastructure building. I think it's good, there's nothing to complain about that. But at the same time, the infrastructure in the certain sensitive areas of the country which affect national security need to be addressed much, much more aggressively, because considering the way China is building roads, bridges, airports, railway lines, and all the other peripheral infrastructure all across Arunachal Pradesh and in Ladakh, I think it is very important that we spend much more money on our defense expenditure than what we are doing. And I feel sometimes when we go through some of the figures, and when we talk in general, even with some of the people who are experts in the field, the amount of money allocated for capital expenditure versus the amount of money which is actually spent, there is a mismatch. I hope it is not, but if there is, I think it needs to be corrected. There was a lot of discussion on the crypto. Ma'am, I would like to state very clearly that I share the sentiments expressed by my colleague Mr. Sushil Modi and many other colleagues. Crypto is one of the kinds of currency which even somebody like me, I call a cryptocurrency expert. I sat with them. I tried to understand with all the wisdom at my command, and I failed to understand anything about cryptocurrency till date. I have not neither purchased, but I wanted to understand, at least to educate myself, to understand what this animal is all about. We went to the Reserve Bank of India, as a finance consultant, as a finance standing committee member, we tried to discuss with the Reserve Bank. The Reserve Bank is also very clear that they cannot allow this kind of currency to be, officially allowed in the country. And I agree with you. I agree with the sentiments which you expressed in your budget. I also agree with some of the provisions of tax and other, restrictive measures which you have brought in the budget. But I think it needs to be much more aggressively tackled, because this is an unknown animal. And for most people, if people like me, after calling an expert, have not been able to understand, I can imagine the average Indian who could be lured by the, easy money access and quick money multiplier to fall into the trap of this cryptocurrency. And most of them are fake. We read every day articles about people being, fooled into buying cryptocurrency. Some of my colleagues may not agree with me. I know that. I know some of the proponents of cryptocurrency are also there, both in this house and the other house. But that notwithstanding, I feel you need to be aggressive and take even more stronger posture. I'll just wind up. The NCLT, we brought in the IBC code with a good intent. You did get some success initially, but the NCLT and the NCLAT are still struggling to cope up with the numbers of cases which they have to deal with. There are so many vacancies there. Please do something about this. Otherwise, the IBC, the efficiency with which and the quick resolution for which it was intended to be legislated, that purpose itself stands to be defeated somewhere. So I urge you to look at that very meaningfully. A lot has been spoken about exports. Agriculture exports can be one of the biggest, I would say the backbone of Indian exports. And I think a lot is being done also. It's not that it's not being done, but we need to strengthen that. We really need to support today aquaculture. We are the largest exporters of prawn in the world. We need to strengthen that, give more incentives there. Even about agriculture, you were mentioning, somebody mentioned about rice being, we are the largest exporter of rice. Yes, we do export rice to most of the world. We are exporters of dairy products, we are exporters of almost any item you can name in the head of agriculture. But I think, are we doing enough to promote agriculture exports? I think we can improve on what is being done so far. And finally, I would like to say that industry, well, after the industrial licenses have been dismantled many, many years ago, anybody is free to set up an industry wherever. Fine, that's not the real issue. The issue is that even today, after so many years, and especially my colleagues who come from the remote areas, who do not come from Mumbai, Pune, or Delhi, Faridabad, NCR, or other big cities, or Bangalore for that matter, people who come from the remote areas of the country, still the primary demand when you go to a remote district will be, हमारे यहाँ industry कब आएगा? हमारे यहाँ रोजगार लोगों का कब मिलेगा? How will that happen? I think the time has come that while we are being aggressive about industrialization of our country, we must come with some innovative measures where we incentivize industry, especially when it comes to backward regions of the country, the backward districts of the country. We have identified so many backward districts. We already have it in our schedule, and the government of India has it. There are some incentives given to those backward districts in terms of financial and monetary benefits, but those are very minuscule. But if you really want to industrialize those parts of the country, I think we need to have some more aggressive measures where industry feels incentivized enough to go there and set up shop there. That will lead to lesser migration to the bigger cities. And the strengthening of agriculture, increase in irrigation outlays, and industrialization of those areas will change the landscape of India from the rural migration to the urban and will uniformly develop the country. I think that would be in the interest of the nation. So, sir, thank you very much, and I hope some of my suggestions would have meaningful thought of the Finance Minister.
Thank you. The next speaker is K. Ravindra Kumar.
Sir, Deputy Chairman, sir, thank you for giving this opportunity. Union budget is for the entire country. It is because its proposal requires the states, the constituents of the Union of India to undertake and execute certain financial commitments for the development of the country, along with the path scripted in the Union budget. The Union budget for 2022-23 has been framed to pull the economy out of the ill effects of COVID-19 pandemic through increased capital expenditure. However, I would like to point out the inadequate allocations for health, education, agriculture, including research, MNREGA, etc. We need to increase investments in human capital alongside physical infrastructure. Necessary funds should be made available under these heads as we do go along in due course. Similarly, Honorable Finance Minister announced in her budget speech 22-23 that under PM-Vidya scheme, a further Vidya scheme for a further 188 TV channels would be launched for enabling supplementary education to classes 1 to 12 with the slogan of one class, one TV channel. However, it we see that the allocations towards PM-Vidya scheme in the budget documents allocations was a mere lakhs of rupees. How it is possible? More allocations of funds are required for this. In this context, with the given limited time, I would like to touch upon two aspects: the broad principles of the Union budget for 22-23 and the philosophy and the state of finances in my state of Andhra Pradesh. Firstly, about my state, the report of the Controller and Auditor General of India on the budget of AP 2020-21 was presented in the State Assembly only 4 days back, that is on 25th of this month. It revealed a set of very disturbing facts that should be serious concern for this August House and the Union government as well. These revelations include expenditure of 1,11,000 crores without the approval of the State Assembly for 2021, which is about half of the total expenditure. Transactions of rupees 48,234 crores, which is about 1/3 of the total budget expenditure, without proper accounting and documentation and in violation of the Treasury Code, not informing the State Assembly. Borrowings of rupees 38,312 crore. Diversion of about 30% of central funds to unintended items of expenditure. Utter mismatch between budget allocations and actual expenditure, and particularly for the welfare of backward sections, scheduled caste, women and minorities, grossly inadequate capital expenditure, which is essential for development of the state, heavy reliance on borrowings in the name of the welfare schemes, etc. The questionable transactions of 48,234 crores is about 730 times that of the alleged Behar fodder scam. This misappropriation is deeply troubling, and this is for only one financial year. 48,230 crores were misappropriated from the budget. Elaborating on various misdeeds of the AP government, the COG has observed that there are in violation of the provisions of the Constitution, which stipulate that not even a rupee can be spent without authorization by the state legislature. The COG also noted that much misdeeds promote financial indiscipline and even probable misappropriation, stating that it is rare in the history of auditing of public finances in the country. The COG refused to certify 1/3 of the financial transactions by the government of AP for 2021, perhaps for the first time in the history of the country. This August House needs to know why it is happening in a major and important state like Andhra Pradesh and what it amounts to. Sir, our country has been suffering the consequences of externally sponsored terrorism for a long time. The dictionary meaning of terrorism is that it is calculated and unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Going by this definition and the modus operandi of the present Andhra Pradesh government, there is a financial anarchism in Andhra Pradesh to serve the political interest of the ruling establishment in the state. With the all responsibility, I venture to say So, because the irresponsible financial mismanagement, including utter indiscipline and gross violation of the Constitution and the attendant consequences, has all the element of anarchism. The consequences being a serious threat to the future of the people of the state, born out of a calculated consideration of the ruling establishment of severe their political objectives. Serve their political objects. The present government in AP is unleashing a quite violence against the people of the state from gross misuse of the public finances for personal gains. The AP government has not so far responded on spending over 1 lakh crores without the approval of the State Assembly. On the expenditure not certified by the CAG, the state government only said it was only a book adjustment. These defences did not seem to have been accepted by the court. The arrest of this financial anarchism in AP, the central government should seriously consider imposing financial emergency in the state under Article 360 of the Constitution of India in the interest of the state of AP. Otherwise, the present and future of the people of the state will be seriously endangered. We cannot keep quiet when the AP government has unleashed a serious attack on our Constitution and our Parliament in the form of violation of the acts made by it, like the Fiscal Responsibility and the Management Act, and recommendations of the Finance Commission regarding the disclosure of borrowings, etc. Regarding allocations for my state of AP, the High Court has clearly stated that only Amaravati can only be the capital of the state. In my view, the state government did not choose to go and appeal to the Supreme Court on the judgment passed by the Division Bench of Andhra Pradesh High Court at present, but discussed the judgment of Division Bench of Andhra Pradesh High Court in the State Legislative Assembly and undermined the judiciary, particularly AP High Court, which is not warranted. The Honorable High Court categorically declared that the Andhra State Legislature has no legislative competency to enact any law for shifting the organs of the state, since the capital of Amaravati has been established pursuant to the Article 4 of the Constitution of India, read with 6 and 94 Clause 3, Clause 4 of the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, which was enacted by the Parliament and issued mandamus directing the government of Andhra Pradesh to develop the Amaravati capital region by providing all infrastructure facilities, etc. Instead of implementing the same, the state government made an attempt to attribute some motives to the High Court in the name of discussion on the powers of the legislature. However, it is high time to develop Amaravati capital. So I urge the central government and the Honorable Finance Minister to ensure substantial allocations for the development of the capital of Amaravati. The earlier Telugu Party government has allotted lands to 43 institutions of the Union government and its PSUs in Amaravati capital region. I appeal to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Finance Minister and the concerned ministers to do the needful for quick launches of these institutions. Sir, Vizag Steel Plant, with regard to the great concern of the people of Andhra Pradesh, the disinvestment proposal and privatization with regard to the Vizag Steel Plant, I request the Honorable Finance Minister to drop such proposal and continue as it is. Sir, I want to make it a political, with regard to the point with regard to cess and surcharge. The 80th Constitutional Amendment provides for all central taxes except the surcharge and cess to be shared between the centre and the states. That means cess and surcharge will not be a part of the divisible pool. Till 2015-16, surcharge and cases were just 5 to 6% of the gross tax revenue. Now it has increased more than 9% of the GTR, gross tax revenue. So the intention of imposing surcharge and cess instead of imposing taxes to avoid sharing of the tax with the states, this has to be relooked and reviewed. So, sir, finally, I appeal the government to do the needful and save the people of Andhra Pradesh from the financial anarchism of the state government and secure their future, if necessary, by invoking Article 360C, by imposing financial emergency in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Syed Jafar Alam. Jafar Islam, sorry.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। फिर से मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया हमारी पार्टी के लीडरशिप और आपका दोनों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं यहां खड़ा हूं फाइनेंस बिल और अप्रोप्रिएशन बिल के समर्थन में आज मैं खड़ा हूं बोलने के लिए सर। सर, जब हम बात करते हैं बजट के बारे में, मैं कई लोगों को सुन रहा था। आई हर्ड मेनी स्पीकर्स, many of our colleagues who are very learned members, they have spoken about budget, they have given their opinion. But एक चीज बहुत कॉमन देखा सर, मैं बड़े अफसोस के साथ कह रहा हूं कि सब ने इसको बजट एक्सरसाइज को के जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है और जिस बैकड्रॉप पे बजट को बनाया जाता है उसके बारे में चिंता किसी ने नहीं की। देखिए, बजट एक्सरसाइज जो इस तरह से सरकार ने किया, सरकार के कोई इंटेंशन होती है, किस सर्कमस्टांसेस में जो है वो बजट बनाया गया है और उसका क्या इंटेंशन है। आप पिछले 7 सालों में देखिए सर, और खासकर पिछले 2 सालों में जब FY 20 का जब बजट पेश किया गया था और उसके बाद जो FY 21 का नंबर देखिए और FY 22 का नंबर देखिए, तब समझ में आएगा कि बजट जो है सरकार बनाती है एक असम्पशन को लेकर बनाती है सर, लेकिन सरकार का जो कंपैशनेट अप्रोच हमारी सरकार का है और जो बेसिक प्रिंसिपल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है और जो उन्होंने दिखाया है, डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया है कि he will not do things beyond his means and he will never punch above his weight. What does that mean, sir? It means कि सरकार के पास जितने आइडेंटिफाइड रेवेन्यूज है, रिसोर्सेज है, उसका प्रॉपर्ली एलोकेशन करना चाहिए और एप्रोप्रिएटली एलोकेशन, जब रिसोर्सेज एलोकेशन होंगे तो उसका मकसद क्या है सर? वेलफेयर ऑफ द स्टेट, जो हमारी सरकार कर रही है। उसके साथ साथ टू सेफगार्ड द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, वो हमारी सरकार कर रही है। पिछले 7 सालों में जिस तरह से देश दुनिया के नजरों में उभर कर आया है सर, जिस तरह से हमारी इकोनॉमी तेजी से दौड़ रही है, आज मुझे अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि कभी कहा था, कैनेडी ने एक बार कहा था कि वेयर विनर्स हैव मेनी फादर्स बट लूजर्स हैव नन, ही इज एन ऑर्फन। आज मुझे ऐसे ही लगता है, जब देश की इकोनॉमी पूरे दुनिया में जगमगा रही है, लोग देख रहे हैं कि इंडिया इज ए शाइनिंग ब्राइट स्पॉट अमंग ऑल द इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज, तब दुनिया वाहवाही कर रही है। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है, देश में इसके बारे में क्रिटिसिज्म चल रहा है। जबकि लोगों ने, मुझे अच्छा लगा प्रफुल्ल पटेल जी ने कहा कि 2 सालों में, पिछले 2 सालों में जिस तरह से, जिस बैकड्रॉप पे, जिस सिचुएशन में हम कोविड के सिचुएशन में इस बजट को पेश किया और एक बजट को नहीं पेश किया सर। हमने देखना चाहिए कि ये सीक्वेंस है। हमने आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज को पेश किया सर, आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज एक नहीं अनेक आत्मनिर्भर पैकेजेस को हमने पेश किया है। 2020 के मार्च के बाद जब हमने लॉकडाउन लगाया, वो अनप्रेसिडेंटेड सिचुएशन थी, उस वक्त कोई वी वर लिविंग इन टाइम्स ऑफ अनसर्टेनिटी सर। उस वक्त हमने बजट पेश किया और उस बजट को आज जब देखते हैं, आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज 1, 2, 3, 4 एंड देन फॉलोड बाय सेवरल बजट्स, तब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ, इस देश में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री की जो सोच थी, आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, और उसके लिए पॉलिसी इनिशिएटिव उन्होंने ली, जो आज के इस बजट पे दिखता है, पिछले बजट पे दिखता है, आत्मनिर्भर पैकेजेस जो दिए उसमें दिखता है। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि लोग जो है क्रिटिसिज्म करने से पहले उस चीज पे ध्यान नहीं देते। देखिए, किसी ने कहा था सर, और आज मुझे लगता है कि आज अगर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में ऐसा मैं कहूं, आदरणीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के बारे में कहूं, तो गलत नहीं होगा कि वाइज मैन इज वन हु इज एबल टू सी डार्कनेस इन द लाइट और हु कैन सी लाइट इन द डार्कनेस। मतलब क्या है सर? अगर कोई ऐसी बुरी चीज हो रही, अंधेरा दिख रहा है, जगमगाती दुनिया में अंधेरा दिख रहा है, वो स्पॉट अंधेरा देख सकता है, वही अकलमंद आदमी है, इसलिए पॉलिसी इनिशिएटिव लेता है। लोग कहते थे अमेरिका ने इतना बड़ा पैसा बांट दिया, हम क्या कर रहे हैं, कंजम्पशन नहीं बढ़ रहा है, हाँ तो लोगों को पैसा बांटो। आज देखिए अमेरिका में क्या हो रहा है। आप देखिए यूनाइटेड किंगडम ने बोला तो पैसा बांट दो सब जगह। हमने क्या किया सर? हमने कल्याणकारी योजनाएं निकाली सर, वेलफेयर स्कीम, लोगों को राशन पहुंचाया जिसकी जरूरत थी। हमने डीबीटी ट्रांसफर भी किया है, ऐसा नहीं है, हमने डीबीटी ट्रांसफर भी किया है। हमने बहुत सारे ऐसे इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं जिससे वेलफेयर ऑफ द स्टेट, जो लोग आम नागरिक को मजबूत करने का काम किया है। लेकिन हमने किसी और को फॉलो नहीं किया, इसलिए कि हमारा एक प्रिंसिपल था, नेवर पंच अबव योर वेट। जितनी हमारी सलाहियत है, देश को उसी सलाहियत पे रखना है और उस आगे बढ़ना है, उस ताकत को मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट देना है। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को फोकस दिया। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के मतलब जाहिर है मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट लेके आती है। अगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में 1 रुपया इन्वेस्ट करते हैं सर, तो जाहिर है वो 1 रुपया नहीं रहता है नेशनल जीडीपी में। जब वो नेशनल जीडीपी में जाता है तो 1 रुपया अगर रेलवे करते हैं, तो विद बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन एंड फॉरवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन वो होके 5, 6, 7 रुपए तक का नेशनल जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन देता है। रोड में उसी तरह से है। और आप देखिए जिस तरह से एलोकेशन, जो बजटरी एलोकेशन रोड में हुआ, रेल में हुआ, जिस तरह से आइडेंटिफाई किया है, जो हमने इतने सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट 100 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर का, और जिस तरह से हमने गति शक्ति का जो एक पूरा रूप दिया है, उससे आप समझ में आता है कि हमारी कोशिश है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ावा दें, हमारी कोशिश है कि लॉजिस्टिक को हम प्रायोरिटी दें, ताकि हम जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जो हमारा फोकस है कि इंडिया को एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाना है, उसमें हम कामयाब हो पाएंगे। आप जरा पॉलिसी इनिशिएटिव को देखिए ना सर। मैं तो कहता हूं कि लोगों से आके देखना चाहिए कि सरकार ने कैसे इनिशिएटिव लिए। बहुत सारे ऐसे लोगों ने रिपोर्ट्स बनाए हैं। आई थिंक मैं लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, अपने लर्नड मेंबर्स से और अपने कॉलीग्स से यहाँ पर, कि उन सब रिपोर्ट्स को कभी कभी पढ़ लेना बुरा नहीं है सर। उनको पढ़ने से शायद थोड़ा सरकार के काम को और देश की जो शक्ति बढ़ रही है उसके बारे में अंदाजा भी होता है। आई थिंक देयर आर मेनी सच इनिशिएटिव, स्मॉल इनिशिएटिव व्हिच हैज बीन अंडरटेकन बाय द गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट bearing the fruits. We have also taken various structural reforms, which is also now giving us the desired outcome. Look, we were talking about GST. Everybody was criticizing about GST. Not GST, the outcome, everybody is talking about it. Now, but consistently we are getting 1.3 trillion rupees every month after month after month. Why? Because we have gone through the pain when we had to do these structural reforms. We knew that there will be some slowdown. People will criticize us, because when you undertake structural reforms, it slowed down the economy a little bit. It did, and we are not afraid of that, because we know what we are doing. We're doing for the good for the country, in the interest of the country, and that is what we did. And the result is for everyone to see. It is for everyone to see that there is a GST collection of 1.3 lakh, 1.3 trillion rupees per month, and it's going on a month-to-month basis. Secondly, what is important, sir? We had set a target of we will have target of export of $400 billion. I must compliment the government. I must compliment the concerned minister for achieving this target on 20th of March. It is not an easy achievement, because given the global situation and circumstances we are operating currently, it is indeed a very good achievement, because we had set a very stiff target for us. $400 billion is a very good outcome, sir. And I'm sure that given the initiative which the government is taking, given the priorities which we have set in for our government and for the growth of exports, we will certainly will go much higher number in the future. सर, आप देखिए, लोग कंपेयर करते हैं हमारी सरकार के बारे में, हमारे बजट के बारे में क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं। मैं तो कहता हूं भाई, मैंने लोगों को सुना, जरा सा 2000 आप जरा यूपीए के टाइम में देख लीजिए, चाहे हेल्थ सेक्टर पे देख लीजिए, चाहे आप इस पे देख लीजिए कि किस तरह से हमारा एलोकेशन है, एजुकेशन सेक्टर पे देख लीजिए, आप देख लीजिए कि जरा आप रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे देख लीजिए, रूरल सेक्टर पे देख लीजिए, आप जरा देखिए तो सर। मैं कहता हूं 1.6 ट्रिलियन रुपीस अगर हम खर्च कर रहे हैं हेल्थ सेक्टर पे, आप सारे हेड्स को मिला लीजिए, आप देखिए कि ये कितना बड़ा है, 4 times of what it was in 2014. Because we are extremely sensitive and sincere about people of this great country. We want their welfare. We understand that's our priority, that's our responsibility, but we cannot ignore the interests of our country, because we have to ensure that we should stand on our leg, and very firmly, and that is why it is important for us to take some tough calls, tough measures, and that's what we have done, and we will continue to do that. We will take reform measures time and again, because it is important not for us, it is important for our country. Today, our country is viewed very differently. Despite the Ukraine crisis, despite the Ukraine war, we had faced similar kind of situation in 2008, when we had a global crisis, economic crisis. What we had done at that time, we had given our bank standing order to give loan to everyone. Don't evaluate. Why? Do not do proper credit evaluation process. Do not follow that. As a result, what happened? Inflation was in double digit. There was a debt curse. I think everybody should read that report. Honorable Finance Minister, former Finance Minister is here. I would request that he must also read that report, which has been not published by us or of any of the a member of this House, but it was published by an independent agency, Credit Suisse. And that suggests that at that point in time, when we were distributing loan free without proper doing due diligence, we were giving, we were not even worrying about the collateral. And as a result, what happened? Since 1947 to 2006, our loan book of nationalized bank was 18 lakh. Suddenly it ballooned to 52 lakh. Why, sir? What happened? We were giving loan without doing proper due diligence. As a result, we had NPA. We have suffered. The country suffered. We suffered. As a responsible government, we didn't make hue and cry. What we did under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, that we have set it right. We have capitalized the bank. We ensured that banks are healthy and they are enabled to lend again. And we have also come up with many legislation to ensure that recovery is done. And we have recovered money. And with this new legislation in place, we are able to recover those money. We are also able to, credit growth is now so visible. On a month-to-month basis, credit is growing. Despite the fact where we have Ukraine crisis, despite the fact there is still threat looming on our head. Now, sometimes second wave, sometimes Omicron, sometimes Korea, something is being, people talk about some other virus, some other infection. We have seen everything, we are seeing everything. Yet, the vaccination efforts of the government is being talked about across the globe, unlike in the country, where people still, despite what we have achieved, is unachievable for many people, for many countries. Yet, people are still criticizing. We are feeling safe. You are feeling safe. Everybody is feeling safe because of the government's initiative. What we have to do? We have to criticize the government. Put government in the dock. We are not afraid of putting us in the dock. But also you have to evaluate your own performance. What was the size of the GDP in 2014? What is the size of the GDP now? What was where were we in 2014 and where are we now in terms of our standing in the global economy? See the landscape, global landscape and where we stand today. We are ahead of United Kingdom. We are very close to, we are almost on a neck to neck with Japan. We are knocking the door of other Germany. We will be, by 2030, we'll see, we'll be third largest economy and the biggest market in the world. Because we have our strength and we are capitalizing our strength. This government feels that our strength needs to be capitalized for the welfare of the people and for the betterment of the country. Not for a particular family, not particular community, but for society as a whole. And that is what the budget is. And that is what budget is meant for us. And people are talking about, we have not done that, we have not giving subsidy, we are not reduced the subsidy. Sir, I would like to bring the attention of every single member of this House that when we present the budget is presented, it is only a budget. And when the government is a compassionate like us, our government, then we see the revised estimate you need to see. And then you see the final allocation, what has been made. We have when the poor needed, the marginalized section of the society needed support, it is us, we have supported it. Didn't we open our coffer for them? We did. Despite the fact that there was no revenue during the lockdown, there was no economic activity, government was struggling for resources. Yet, what we did, we prioritized that our people are our strength. They are our strength. We must protect them. What we did, we provided them ration, free ration. We provided every possible support what they were expecting from the government. And it's so visible today that people feel that there's a government of the day who will always stand by them despite whatever the situation, because at the end of the day, it is our responsibility and we will not shy away from our responsibility under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. We have demonstrated not once, time and again, we'll continue to demonstrate that we will, for our country, for the betterment for our people, for the welfare of our people, we will not shy away from taking any tough decision, any tough measures. And so it is visible from the budget which is being presented, sir. Sir, people are talking about I heard one of the members was speaking about retrospective tax. Who had introduced this retrospective tax? It is this government which has put to bed all this speculative approach which the earlier government had. It is this government. People are happy. There is a stability. There is a simplicity of our tax structure. People feel comfortable. People feel, yes, this is the place to invest. That's why our FDI is going up and up every time. And we are growing. FDI is growing because they feel comfortable. They feel that there is a government of the day and there is a initiative of the government and the leadership of the state which lends a lot of comfort and confidence to global investors. And that's why global investors are putting a lot of money here, and they will continue to put money. Last week I was traveling abroad, sir, and even though it is not warranted to speak here, but I feel I'm tempted to speak because there were parliamentarians from 200 other countries in an assembly where I was attending, and I was speaking there. I felt so proud, sir. I felt really so proud, and I must compliment the government and the leadership of this government. That everybody, despite Ukraine crisis, people were talking on one side of Ukraine crisis. The other side, they were saying India is in a very strong position. India is a very good, a very commanding position. India, they were always talking about the strength of India, and that has lent a lot of confidence even in me, a new parliamentarian. Barely a year ago, I have been a member of this house. But that shows that what initiative government of India has taken in the last 7 years, which actually make every citizen of this great country feel proud and confident, comfortable and secure, because the government feels the government's initiative is such that we do not leave anyone. We will never leave anyone. Those who need support from the government, we will empower them. We will hold their hand, empower them. And that is what the Honorable Prime Minister has done. That is what the Honorable Finance Minister has done when she presented this budget. Just see the numbers. I mean, I'm not even talking about the numbers, sir. But somebody was talking about debt to GDP. Somebody was talking about tax to the GDP. Aren't we better than what we had projected, what we had presented last year? Did we not go beyond our own expectations? Are we not growing? I mean, it is for us to see. The country is growing, the economy is growing, the tax collection is growing, the certainty of tax collection is so visible now. It is so evident because of the initiative which has taken. Yes, I can still understand, and I have spoken many times on this, and many people have spoken. There are many people who understand economy and will understand that when you do difficult and back-to-back structural reforms, it slows down. And when the global economy is also compressing, that yes, your Indian economy is not in isolation, is operating in isolation. It will also be impacted. So was the situation before 2020. But today we are in a very robust position. The economy is firing all cylinders, sir. The initiative which has been undertaken by the government is giving fruits to the country. And all the numbers which we'll see only will lend you confidence, because if you just see all the numbers, like for instance, e-way bill, the PMI, e-way bill is growing on a month-to-month basis. The PMI, again, it's in expansionary mode. It is consistently beyond 50, and it is not only beyond 50, 53, 54, both on services side as well as manufacturing. And again, government intention is that we want to make India as a hub for manufacturing, and that is what the initiative they have taken, that those who have China +1 policy will definitely engage India and put their money and they will have set up here in India as well and export from here. Lot of initiative government has taken. Some have been announced, some will be announced, but the trajectory is absolutely clear. The decision process should be seen in continuity, not in isolation. This is not a process of extrapolation of one number every year. The way people speak here, I feel only that they're expecting that government should extrapolate the number which has been precedent earlier. That's not the approach. That should not be the approach, because government has responsibility. Government has responsibility not to only one section of the society or one particular segment. Government has responsibility for the entirety. And when sometimes they have to give here, prioritize here, next time they have to prioritize here. So it cannot be extrapolated. When Garib Kalyan Yojana has to be introduced, you have to have higher allocation for subsidy. It is evident from the number when they will withdraw, then it will come off. But when again they have extended yesterday, then of course the allocation will be more than what has been presented in the budget. It is so simple for everyone to understand before criticize the government. The intent is very important for us to understand, sir. Intent. It is so evident. Anybody who will evaluate or analyze the budgetary approach of our government, they will see the honorable former former finance minister sitting here last time when he was speaking about the budget, he criticized about unemployment. And I must tell him, the number we had picked up was a weekly number, not the monthly number, and I would request him, what he had presented and what it was two different numbers. And it was very important for all of us to understand what number is being presented, whether the House is being misled or whether the number is not actually being presented the way it should have been presented. Because if you take a particular number, slice it the way you want to slice, of course it will give a different perspective, different color. But if you follow the methodology which everyone is following, then you will get the desired result which everybody will get, and it will be uniformity for you and even for you to evaluate. And I think the day it was presented, I can always request them to go back and see CMEI number on a monthly and a month basis, and we have, prior to pre-COVID, what the unemployment rate was, we have gone much better than. Our consumption level has gone up, unemployment rate has come off, the saving rate has gone up, the demand is going up, the salaries are going up, every numbers are giving a lot of confidence. Power consumption, power demand has gone up, fuel demand has gone up. So what are you? The economy is filing cylinders, all cylinders. What exactly you expect from the budget? Budget is to ensure the policy initiative of the government at that point of time, whatever it requires, that should propel the economy and safeguard the interests of the people. And that is what is happening. The economy is firing all cylinders. People are happy. We are winning election after election. Why? Because the common man on the street feels comfortable. They feel there is a government, there is a leadership of the government who will empower them, hold their hand and empower them. So they feel much more comfortable. Sir, I would request them that all the macroeconomic parameters on evaluate our performance on all macroeconomic parameters. You will get to know how our government is faring, how our government has performed. Of course, I would say there are people who will say that you just keep spending money, but the basic principles which the Honorable Prime Minister has followed, and that is the wisest decision. I would say that is the wisest decision he has taken, that never spend beyond your means, because that will keep you in good state. And yet the road of fiscal consolidation is being actively followed by the Honorable Finance Minister. Where it is so evident the way fiscal deficit has come off, the roadmap is very clear and transparent approach, unlike in the previous regime, where they were so opaque that everything you cannot take it in your fiscal deficit calculation. But today I can say with conviction, and so the street, not only me, so the street would say that yes, there is no opaqueness, there is a clarity, and everything is loud and clear what comes into the fiscal deficit number, and the deficit is known to everyone, and the fiscal consolidation and the roadmap is so evident for everyone to see. And it all, I think I must compliment the Honorable Finance Minister for being so clear, so transparent, that she lends confidence and comfort to every global investor. And that's why the portfolio investment is growing, FDI is growing, GDP is growing, FDI is growing, the export is growing, what else? Trade growth is growing. And even though our focus yet that one cylinder is still not has really fight to its potential is the private investment. The government has taken initiative, burden on the shoulder of the government, that yes, they will make all the commitment which needs to ensure that the economy is booming. So 7.5 trillion rupees has been committed, all-time large, 18 years, highest in 18 years in terms of percentage of GDP. 2.9% of the GDP which has been allocated, budgetary allocation for...
has 4 more speakers.
Yes, sir, but I'm concluding, sir. 2.9% of GDP is huge, it's the highest in 18 years. Why? Because the government feels that if we start investing, spending money, they not only support the economy, but it will also give confidence to private investors. And they will also start investing together with us. And it is slowly seen because the trade growth number also suggests that private investment is coming back slowly. Secondly, sir, last thing I will say, tax collection to GDP is 10.9%. As against our budgeted number for 2020 FY22 was 9.9%. That only shows the meticulous exercise which is being done by the finance minister and under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister is for everyone to see. And today, I must not only strengthen our hand and the hand of the Honorable Prime Minister by supporting this, all our colleagues will support, but I also take this opportunity to compliment for presenting a wonderful budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Jafar Islam. The next speaker is Sri P. Jambar.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for calling me to speak on behalf of the Congress. I'm happy that the Appropriations Bill and the Finance Bill are taken together. I believe it gives us a fairly wide canvas to speak on the economic and financial situation of the country. On the Finance Bill, I have a few points, and I'll be very brief on each point, knowing that I have very few minutes left. The Income Tax Act has 298 sections. If you do not count the sections with suffixes like A, B, AA, BB, etc. And it has 14 schedules. The Finance Bill has 125 sections, clauses, of which 84 pertain to amendments to the Income Tax Act. And the Honorable Finance Minister has moved 39 amendments to the 125 amendments in the Amendment Bill. Now, honestly, every member is to search his heart and say whether anyone understands these things. I did not. I spent a lot of time trying to understand, and I can't say I understand it. This is a legacy issue. I concede that. This has been going on year after year after year. But this must stop. This government claims that it will dump all old legacies. This is one legacy this government must dump immediately. And I think the entire Income Tax Act must be replaced by a direct taxes code. When we were in government, I had helped draft a direct taxes code. Then the Honorable Mr. Pranam Mukherjee tried to improve it. When I returned to the Finance Ministry, I tried to improve it. There are 3 versions of a direct taxes code. Many of the provisions will be outdated. So get rid of all of them. But please bring a direct taxes code immediately. No one benefits from this Income Tax Act except the chartered accountants and the lawyers. Specific points, sir. Firstly, what are you doing about charities? Now, the most famous clause in the Income Tax Act is Section 10, Clause 23C. In the printed book, it occupies 8 pages. The Finance Bill has amendments which run to 9 pages. So an 8-page clause is being amended by a 9-page bill. And subsection 23C alone occupies 9 pages. That is exempt income, including charities. And then we have sections 11 and 12, under which income from charities are exempt. They are subject to conditions in section 12 capital A, 12 capital A, capital B, and section 13. The Honorable Finance Minister has once again amended section 12 capital A. And there is another section called 115 capital T, capital D, which is about accreted income. Now, a day will come when a charity or a religious institution, which is a charity, or an institution, a trust, which is a charity, will say, let's get out of these clutches of this Income Tax Act. If we have an income, let's pay the tax at 10% or 20% or 30%, whichever is the applicable rate. Let's get out of the Income Tax Act. Most charities today, most trusts today are crippled by these provisions and the repeated amendments year after year after year. Please clean up these provisions. If you believe that charities and trusts have a place in this country, let them function with a reasonable degree of independence and light regulation. This is no way to encourage charities and trusts. If I was starting a charity or a trust, I will say I'll pay my tax, just leave me out of the Income Tax Act. And this whole concept of accreted income is very regressive. If the exemption is cancelled under 12A or 12AA, if it's cancelled, the entire income which had been exempt for the past several years is now deemed as accreted income, and on that accreted income you'll have to pay a tax. I think these are gross provisions. These are burdensome provisions. This is not the way to encourage large charities, large trusts. Yes, if there are misconducting charities and trusts, take action. But don't stifle, don't throttle the throat of charities and trusts by these provisions. The next provision is this novel concept called faceless assessment. Sir, earlier there was an assessing officer. He knew the assessee's history. He has the entire records with him. The assessees may have been an assessee for the last 30 years or 40 years or 50 years. He knows his history and then he will deal with the assessment. There are enough provisions to ensure that no income escapes assessment. Today we introduced a faceless assessment. We don't know who the assessing officer is. We don't know where he is. We don't know whether he has all the past records of the last 20 or 30 years. We don't know what assistance he gets. How is this an improvement? Of course, some people will argue a faceless assessment is a great improvement. According to me, this is a regressive provision. Numerous people have complained to me that this faceless assessment has put them through enormous hardship because we don't even know who's hearing the matter, who's deciding the matter, what records he has. The amusing part is the National Faceless Assessment Center has 3 units. There is an assessment unit, there is a technical unit, there is a verification unit. I ask honorable members, if you have the time and the inclination, go through those provisions. By the time an assessment is completed, if there are queries, submissions, clarifications, it will go from unit to unit to unit, from faceless center to the assessment unit, back to the faceless center, to the technical unit, back to the faceless center, to the verification unit, back to the faceless center, back to this faceless assessing officer. This is completely regressive. I'm sure sooner than later, the Honorable Finance Minister will recognize that this is not a progressive step, this is not a liberal step, and this is causing huge hardship to SSC. The next provision I want to draw the Honorable Finance Minister's attention is Section 149(1)(b). Now, this is the time for reopening assessments. Earlier, the time limit was 4 years, but the assessing officer had 6 years under certain circumstances. Now, last year, the finance bill reduced the second part to 3 years. 2 years and 3 years. You have to open it within 3 years, but you can open it beyond 3 years under certain circumstances. It was a great relief to a lot of people because past assessments will not be reopened beyond 3 years. But this year, somebody in the CBDT decided that we should tighten this. I don't know if it escaped the scrutiny of all the board members of the CBDT. Today you have said it will be opened beyond 3 years and reopened up to 10 years. If the income that has escaped assessment is in the form of an asset, or is it in the form of an expenditure related to an occasion, or is it relatable to an entry in the books? Now, I spent about 10 minutes trying to think of what else can they have. If income has escaped assessment, it should be either an asset or it should be an expenditure which has been incurred. You had an income, escaped income, and you spent it, or it has to relate to an entry. What else can it be? So virtually in every case, you will reopen it beyond 3 years, up to 10 years, if the assessing officer or now the National Faceless Assessment Center decides, in his case, we will reopen beyond 3 years. Now, this amendment is regressive. This defeats the purpose for which you reduced the time limit to 3 years. Please reconsider this assessment. This amendment is going to cause huge hardship and a huge amount of litigation. Now, finally, sir, what shape the Finance Act as amended and as amended by the Lok Sabha will take, nobody can visualize until our publishers, Universal Publishers, publishes the book. Nobody can understand what it is. So we are all waiting for the Income Tax Act as amended and as amended last year and as amended this year to be published so we can make sense of it. But believe me, I speak as a lawyer, and I also know several chartered accountants have asked me to say this in the House. You cannot today apply the Income Tax Act as amended this year. You will have to have all the books of every year, because there are sunset clauses, there are prospective clauses, there are retrospective clauses. For some assessment years, last year's amendment will apply. For some assessment years, 2 years ago, amendment will apply. For some assessment years, the prospective amendments will apply. It has become a complete minefield. Nobody escapes from this minefield. All you find is a lot of people crippled when they walk through this minefield. Please, I appeal on behalf of the House and on behalf of all the taxpayer community, please replace this. Let us assume it is a legacy issue. Please replace this with a clear, clean, simple direct taxes code. I must compliment the Finance Minister for introducing 139(8) capital A, which is what is called an updated assessment within a period of 2 years, although it is severely restricted. You can update your assessment only if you offer to pay more tax. If you are asking for reduction of tax, you can't update your assessment. If you're asking for a refund, you can't update your assessment. Now, whoever thought of this, there was a simpler way. Why do you have to touch your nose by taking your hand through your around your neck? You can touch it straight. All that they have to do is say, put the number of times you can file a revised assessment, which is now any number of times, limited to say 2. And give a time limit, 12 months, 18 months. Any SSC can file a revised assessment only for a maximum of 2 times, twice, and within a period of 12 months or 18 months. That's a much simpler provision. On the one hand, you have a revised assessment provision in which you can offer to pay more tax, claim more refund, or reduce your tax. On the one hand, you have an updated assessment provision under which you can only offer more tax. Now, the proof of the pudding is the eating. Let us see how many people file an updated assessment and offer more tax. I think the simpler approach is to allow a revised assessment for a limited number of times for a limited period. So I'm done with the Finance Act. You can speak on it as many sections you can take and as many hours you can speak, but I don't intend to speak on that. And we'll see how it operates in assessment year 22-23 and what kind of amendments will be brought next year to correct what you found are anomalies in this year's amendment and last year's assessment. I want to go to the appropriations bill. Now, honourable member who spoke before me said that our direct tax revenues have increased. Now, these are the numbers I have. I've taken it from budget at a glance. In 2013-14, after about 3-4 years, I think it's about 2009-10, for the first time, direct taxes revenue as a proportion of GDP exceeded the indirect tax revenue. And in 2013-14, when the previous government demitted office and the new government took over, the numbers are 5.6% of GDP was direct tax and 4.4% of GDP was indirect tax. This is progressive taxation. Direct taxes as a proportion increases and indirect taxes as a proportion of GDP decreases. This is the right direction. Now, this direction continued up to 2016-17. In 2016-17, sadly, indirect tax as a proportion of GDP crossed direct tax as a proportion of GDP. And I had cautioned it even then, this is a bad trend, reverse this. Indirect taxes as a proportion of GDP should not cross direct taxes as a proportion of GDP. Actually, direct taxes must increase. Now, this year, 2021-22, according to a budget at a glance, both have become equal, 5.4% and 5.4%. Next year, the Finance Minister expects that direct taxes will go up from 5.4 to 5.5, and indirect taxes as a proportion will come down from 5.4 to 5.2, which means we are reversing the bad trend that has been set in the last 5 or 6 years, which is good, and I hope the government achieves this. But, mark this, total of indirect taxes and direct taxes touched 11.2% in 2017-18. This year, it is 10.8%, and next year, it will come down to 10.7%. If your total taxes as a proportion of GDP falls by will be 9.5%, as it was said originally, then revised to 9%, as said subsequently, or as the Chief Economic Advisor has said, 8%. Take any of these numbers. Is real GDP growth next year, will it be 9.5% or 9% or 8%. I think any of these three numbers is no longer credible. And I'll tell you why it is no longer credible. If nominal GDP grows at 11.2, take the smallest of the three numbers, 8%. Real GDP 8%, nominal GDP 11.2. Implied deflator, which is equal to the inflation, will be 3.2. Does anyone believe in the changed circumstances, inflation in India will in 22-23 be only 3.2? If it is 9, implied inflation is only 2.2. If it is 9.5, implied inflation is only 1.7. That will be heaven. That will be heaven. We are not yet at the doors of heaven. I seriously doubt the estimate that India's real GDP will grow at 9% or 8%. And I'll tell you why. In February, WPI was 13.1%. CPI was 6.1%. Food inflation was 5.9%. Manufacturing inflation was 9.8%. And fuel and light inflation, before these 5 days of increase in petrol and diesel prices, was already 8.7%. If food inflation, manufacturing inflation, fuel and light inflation are all close to 6% and above, and if CPI is over 6% and WPI is over 13%, how do you say with a straight face that inflation next year will be about 2 to 3%? These numbers are no longer credible, and I would urge the Honorable Finance Minister, it's not her fault that there is a war in Ukraine, but you must reassess. You must be resilient, you must be nimble, and reassess these growth projection figures and tell us, not today, tell us sometime, tell Parliament, what are the more realistic numbers of nominal growth and real growth. The final point is, I heard the Honorable Finance Minister emphasize once again in the Lok Sabha that this government believes that government capital expenditure will be a main driver of growth. I wish them well. But let's look at the numbers. The numbers are not inspiring. The rhetoric is inspiring, but the numbers are not inspiring. Let me tell you the numbers. In 2021-22, central government capital expenditure in the BE was 5,54,236 crore. In the revised estimate, it was shown as 6,02,711 crore, but actually that's not the correct number, because there is a small print footnote. The footnote says 51,971 crore was repayment of debt for Air India. That's not capital expenditure. By no method of accounting is a repayment of debt capital expenditure. You deduct that 51,971. The revised estimate of capital expenditure is therefore 5,50,840 crore. The BE was 5,54,000 crore. The revised estimate was 5,50,000 crore. So actually in the year that is coming to an end on 31st March, you spent 4,000 crore less than what you had estimated. Now this was a difficult year, and there are many reasons why government capital expenditure never achieves the target that the finance minister or the prime minister or the cabinet decide. There are so many bottlenecks in government expenditure, so many levels of decision making, so much paperwork, and so much hesitancy in clearing projects, be that as it may. For next year, the Honorable Finance Minister has projected a capital expenditure of 7,50,246 crore. We were all very impressed when she read out that number, and she claimed that it is a point to point, it's an increase of 35%. Of course, that proportion is wrong. Whether we apply to the BE of this year or the RE of this year, that proportion is wrong, but I won't get into the arithmetic. The 7,50,246 crore is not a correct number. You have included, I raised this question when I spoke last, and I expect an answer, have you included, let me rephrase it, have you included in 7,50,246 crore the 1 lakh crore that you will allow the states to borrow additionally for their capital expenditure? That's what the budget speech says. I think you have included, but to be fair and polite, I will not say you have included. I'll turn it around and say and ask it, have you included 1 lakh crore in 7,50,246 crore? If you have included this 1 lakh crore, then this will be counted as capital expenditure by the states if they borrow this 1 lakh and show it on their budgets. How can it be capital expenditure of the states as well as capital expenditure of the center? So if you have included this 1 lakh crore in 7,50,246 crore, my respectful submission is the real number is 6,50,246 crore. Over the current year's revised true estimate of 5,50,840 crore, it is an increase of exactly 1 lakh crore. A 1 lakh crore additional capital expenditure next year. What is it like? It'll be a mosquito bite. Your GDP is 258 lakh crore, in which a 1 lakh crore additional capital expenditure, if it materializes, will make no difference. I'm not saying you should not spend the 1 lakh crore. Please spend this additional 1 lakh crore. But this cannot be the driver of growth. The driver of growth can only be if private investment is the main driver. Household savings, people's savings, channelized into private investment can only be the true driver of economic growth. Government capital expenditure can supplement private capital expenditure, but unless private capital expenditure is stimulated, triggered, boosted, this will not make a difference. In fact, if the GDP, your government capital expenditure is barely 2.52%. 2.52% won't make a difference. We need a much larger investment that can only come from private investment, and private investment can only come if there are private savings, household savings channelized into investment. I want to ask the government finally, have you lost faith in private investors? Or are private investors lost faith in investment in India? They are investing abroad. So somehow there is a lack of faith. Either private investors have lost faith in investing in India, or the government has lost faith in the private investor that they will invest in India. Please go into it. This will not give you the kind of growth we need. We need high growth. I'm cautioning the government once again, respectfully, you will not get 8%, you will not get 9%, you will not get 9.5%. The world is going through a churning. IMF has lowered everybody's growth rate by 0.5 to 2.5. I think we must settle for a lower growth, but we must achieve that lower growth. That lower growth can only be achieved if you encourage private savings, household savings, and find ways to channelize that into private investment. I'm afraid the year ahead is a difficult year. I wish the government well. I wish the Honorable Finance Minister well. But it is a difficult year, and it's better be forewarned that it will be a difficult year. It requires sound tax policies, sound financial management, and sound economic management. I wish the government well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Professor Manoj Kumar Jha.
शुक्रिया उपसभापति महोदय। ये एक अद्भुत और खूबसूरत लम्हा होता है कि भूतपूर्व वित्त मंत्री और वर्तमान वित्त मंत्री के बीच में आप दो पाटन के बीच में आ जाएं, और बीच में भूतपूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भी है, लेकिन ताल्लुक वित्तीय मामलों से था। इसलिए माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स पे पहले भी बहुत कुछ कहा जा चुका है, ग्रीन शूट्स पे भी। मैं कुछ जो अधिकांश रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं इन दिनों एक अच्छे बेसलाइन के साथ, मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं उस रिपोर्ट की कुछ चीज़ों को आपके माध्यम से माननीय फिनेंस मिनिस्टर के सामने रखूं। इस आग्रह के साथ कि अगले वर्ष इसी वक्त में जब हम फाइनेंस और अप्रोप्रिएशन बिल पे बात कर रहे हों तो मैं उनसे पूछ सकूं कि पिछले बार के सूचकांक में और इस बार के सूचकांक में कितना फर्क आया या नहीं आया. सो आई नो मॉडर्न स्टेट्स are organized around the three flags these days. One is capitalism, globalization, and neoliberalism. So they have scant regard for issues like human rights, for social sector spending, for all kinds of things which affect the life and times of common people. I know this reality, sir. Irrespective of which political party is in power in last 30 years. But what I wish to underline, today is 24th March. Can I request through you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, little bit of house being in order. So, why I say this, today is 24th March. I was not here in the morning, 28th March, sorry, I was not in the morning, I was traveling from Bagdogra airport to Delhi. What I saw in and around my Kishanganj area, Aradia, Purnia, I would come to that little later, sir, but any kind of political policy intervention would be meaningless, sir, if it does not change the life of ordinary people. मैं खास तौर पर सीमांचल पूर्णिया अररिया जिले की बात कर रहा हूं सर, कोसी के इलाके की बात कर रहा हूं. मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार को हस्तक्षेप करना होगा फौरी तौर पर. सीमांचल कोसी विकास बोर्ड बनाए. मैं इसको कह करके स्पेसिफिक से बाकी चीजों पर एक एमएसएमई का स्फूर्ति स्कीम है सर. स्कीम बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन जमीन पर अगर आप उतरते देखें, जमीन के खरीद में उससे लेकर के बाकी चीजों की उपलब्धता का इतनी बड़ी दिक्कत है सर. सर अद्भुत दौर है, अकल्पनीय दौर है, अविश्वसनीय दौर भी है. अभी हमारे एक मित्र भाजपा के कह रहे थे, मैंने पहले भी कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी दुनिया में सबसे लोकप्रिय हैं. चलिए, लेकिन यह अविश्वसनीय अकल्पनीय इसलिए है कि हम हंगर इंडेक्स पर भी सर दुनिया में नाम कमा रहे हैं. 101वें स्थान पर है 116 मुल्कों में. कुपोषण के मामले में, खुशहाली के मामले में, तो ये अद्भुत नहीं लगता है क्या कि इन मानकों पर हम पिछड़ रहे हैं. लेकिन एक मानक पर अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी की लोकप्रियता का इंसानी जिंदगी के हालात से कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है, तो सर मैं आगे क्या कहूं. सर ऑक्सफैम की रिपोर्ट कहती है, ऑक्सफैम की इनइक्वालिटी रिपोर्ट कहती है कि हमारी दिक्कत क्या है ना कि हमारे यहाँ जो इकोनॉमिक आउटकम्स है उसके पीछे तीन चीजें हैं सर. एक तो इंडिया का टैक्स रेजीम, दूसरा डिक्लाइनिंग एम्फेसिस ऑन सोशल सेक्टर, एंड थर्ड पुश टुवर्ड्स इंक्रीजिंग प्राइवेटाइजेशन. मेरे कई मित्रों ने आज बात की सर वाइजैग स्टील प्लांट की. मैं खुद देख करके आया हूं वाइजैग स्टील प्लांट. जितने सारे पीएसयूज हैं सर इसे पब्लिक क्यों कहा गया था? पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग. पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग का कुछ की अहमियत थी, उसके पीछे कुछ प्रतिबद्धताएं थी. इन दिनों हम क्या देख रहे हैं सर, गिव ए बैड नेम टू ए डॉग एंड देन किल हिम. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. पब्लिक सेक्टर, जो कि मेरे कई मित्रों ने कहा, उससे देश को एक खास किस्म की उम्मीदें थी जो शायद प्राइवेट सेक्टर फुलफिल ना कर पाए. जिस प्रकार से हम प्राइवेटाइजेशन को दे रहे हैं, मैं आपको दोष नहीं देता हूं, आपने वो विरासत में वो राजनीति ले ली है, नियो लिबरल फ्लैग को आपने भी उठा लिया है. लेकिन एक दिन याद करिएगा कि सदन के सारे लोग किसी भी दल के हो, हम बैठ करके मरसिया गाएंगे, हमने ये क्या किया. हमने अपनी सारी पब्लिक सेक्टर एसेट्स को, यूनिट्स को बेच के रख दिया. इसका परिणाम क्या होगा माननीय उपसभापति महोदय? आज हम आर्टिकल 15 क्लॉज 4 की बात करते हैं, आर्टिकल 16 क्लॉज 4 की बात करते हैं, दैट इज रिजर्वेशन इन पब्लिक एम्प्लॉयमेंट. आपने वो सोर्स ही खत्म कर देना, फिर कहां चर्चा होगी सर? सर पता चला कि 2020 से 2021 के बीच में बिलियनियर को हिंदी में अरबपति बोलते हैं ना, अरबपति. अरबपतियों की संख्या में अद्भुत इजाफा हुआ सर. सर मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बन नहीं पाऊंगा कभी, मैं जानता हूं, लेकिन अरबपति होने से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. लेकिन सर जितनी तेजी से अरबपतियों की वृद्धि हो रही है, उतनी ही तेजी से खाकपतियों की वृद्धि हो रही है. सर प्रॉस्पेरिटी का ट्रिकल डाउन नहीं हो रहा है, पॉवर्टी का ट्रिकल डाउन हो रहा है. तो जो प्रॉस्पेरिटी कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड रह रही है कुछ बिलियनर्स में, और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं सर, ये रिपोर्ट कहती है. सर कहा जाता है कि 98 जो हिंदुस्तानी हैं उनकी संपत्ति अगर मिला दिया जाए तो तकरीबन 40 से 45% जो बॉटम के हिंदुस्तानी हैं उसके बराबर। तो संपत्ति और संसाधन की यह असमानता, बजट में उसके लिए कोई प्रोविजन है सर? मुझे नहीं मिला। बजट मैं मानता हूं ग्रीन शूट्स जरूरी है, ग्रोथ जरूरी है, लेकिन क्या यह जरूरी नहीं कि रोजगार पर भी चर्चा हो? यह बजट रोजगार सृजन कितना करेगा? ये बजट संपत्ति के बंटवारे में इंटरवीन करेगा कि नहीं, या संसाधन का एक डेमोक्रेटिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो उस पर बात करेगा कि नहीं? सर 2021 में FAO की एक रिपोर्ट आई जो कहती है हमारे यहां 200 मिलियन लोग कुपोषित हैं। कुपोषण के आंकड़ों पर हम लोग 0 आवर में बात करते हैं, कभी कभी रविवार फ्राइडे को बात करते हैं। सर ये जिंदा इंसान के जिंदा मुद्दे हैं। अगर कुपोषण, भूखमरी, इन सब के सूचकांक में हम पीछे हैं, फिर भी वाह वाह हो रहा है, तालियां बज रही हैं। तो मुझे याद आया सर, एक एज ऑफ एंगर लिखी है पंकज मिश्रा जी ने, जिसमें एक बाकुनिन के एक मित्र हर्जन को कोट करते हुए वो कहते हैं, एज इरा ऑफ मास इल्यूजन, ये मास इल्यूजन का पुनः इरा है जो यूरोप में बहुत पहले था। अगर आपकी नीति और नियत इल्यूजन क्रिएट करने में है तो ऑप्टिकल इल्यूजन क्रिएट करना आपका गोल हो जाता है। आपकी प्रतिबद्धता इस बात में नहीं है कि आपकी नीतियां और नियत से आम इंसान के जिंदगी पर क्या असर पड़ता है। मैं एक बात कहता हूं सर, प्रतिदिन अब तो मीडिया वाले जब माइक सामने लगाते हैं ना, आज फिर डीजल 80 पैसा बढ़ गया, मैंने कहा मैं क्या बोलूं इस पर यार, लगातार बोलता हूं, असर ही नहीं है, तो थक सा गए हैं। और हम ही नहीं थक गए हैं सर, जिन पर मार पड़ रही वो भी थक गए हैं, नंब हो गए हैं। और नंबनेस अगर आपके नागरिक में आ जाए तो ये अच्छा संकेत नहीं है, क्योंकि नंबनेस किस दिन ज्वालामुखी बन के फूटेगा इसका प्रेडिक्शन किसी ज्योतिषी के हाथ में नहीं है। सर नहीं सर, एक बात मैं कहूं, क्योंकि सर ये कोई खास गंभीर टिप्पणी इन्होंने की, मैं बता ही देता हूं सर। 5 किलो राशन, उससे हमें एतराज नहीं है, लेकिन सर उस राशन को पकाने के लिए गैस सिलेंडर चाहिए, उसमें सरसों तेल डालना होता है या कोई और तेल डालना होता है। सर अगर हम आप सरसों तेल की कीमत से परेशान हैं सर, मैं बात कर रहा हूं एक आम शहरी की, अगर आप सर, मैं एक और चीज कहना चाहता हूं आपके माध्यम से, आय और शक्ति की असमानता जिसके लिए हमारे बजट में कोई प्रोविजन नहीं है सर, इससे बहुत सारी चीजें आहत होती हैं, प्रभावित होती हैं। शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार की बात तो मैं करता ही नहीं सर, क्योंकि रोजगार मांगने पे लाठियां बरसती हैं। सर कुछ राज्यों ने ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम की बात की है, मैं आग्रह करूंगा आप सबको भी दबाव आता होगा अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट से कि हमारे ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम के बारे में बात की जाए। ये वक्त है सर कि सदन साझा रूप से ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम की बहाली के बारे में सोचे, अन्यथा मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत दिक्कत होगी। सर अक्सर मैं देखता हूं कि बिहार के बारे में, बिहार राज्य से आता हूं सर, हमारे उस तरफ भी कई बिहार के लोग हैं सर। बिहार के पहले भी मैं कह चुका हूं सर, स्पेशल स्टेटस अगर आपके जो मानक मौजूदा है सर, उस मानकों को बदलिए। बिहार की स्थिति बहुत खराब है, सरकार किसी की भी हो, बिहार की जो बीमारी है उसको जब तक इन्फ्यूज नहीं करिएगा एक मैसिव पैकेज, एक स्पेशल स्टेटस, सर बिहार को रिकवर करने में बहुत दिक्कत होगी। और बीमार बिहार देश को भी 5 ट्रिलियन पे जाने नहीं देगा कभी, आप पहुंच ही नहीं पाएंगे। मैंने वित्त मंत्री साहिबा को पहले भी कहा था कि अगर आप पहुंच भी गई गलती से तो बड़े अकेलेपन का एहसास होगा, क्योंकि बिहार बहुत पीछे छूट जाएगा। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि बिहार में एरिया वाइज हमें तय करना होगा कि कहां हम किस तरह की इंडस्ट्री का निवेश करवाएं। और जैसे मैंने कोसी सीमांचल विकास बोर्ड की बात की, छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं सर। AMU कैंपस है किशनगंज में, उसके लिए कोई चिंता नहीं, लोग धरना प्रदर्शन करते हैं, बात वहीं खत्म हो जाती है। सर एक मैं कोट करना चाहता हूं थॉमस पिकेटी को। थॉमस पिकेटी कैपिटल इन 21st सेंचुरी में कहते हैं, एंड आई कोट हिम, व्हेन द रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, I wish to re-emphasize so, when the return on investments is higher than the rate of economic growth of the country, more wealth gets accumulated in the hands of a few. Who owns the means of production? सर हम देख रहे हैं इस देश में सत्ता और धन का कहां संकेंद्रण हो रहा है। ये संकेंद्रण हो सकता है मेरे कई दोस्तों को आज अच्छा लग रहा हो, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली अगर हम देखेंगे सर तो ये संकेंद्रण मैं समझता हूं कि एक बहुत मुश्किल हालात में हम सबको ले जाएगा। मैंने पिछले दफे भी कहा था, कंक्लूडिंग में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा, माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, वित्त मंत्री जी अभी नहीं है, मेरा सिर्फ इतना आग्रह होगा सर कि कोई भी बजट हो उसका सीधा ताल्लुक दिखना चाहिए कि रोजगार की जो बेरोजगारी का आलम है सर, ये हमें डराता नहीं है। मान लीजिए प्रधानमंत्री जी बहुत लोकप्रिय हैं, लेकिन क्या बेरोजगारी हर व्यक्ति को नहीं परेशान कर रही है? हंगर इंडेक्स नहीं परेशान कर रहा है, प्रेस फ्रीडम इंडेक्स नहीं परेशान कर रहा है। इतनी सारी चीजें अगर परेशानी में है, मान लेंगे हम भी साथ में खड़े होकर के, लेकिन इन चीजों के लिए एक प्रतिबद्ध तरीका अपनाइए ताकि अगले बरस जब हम बात करें, अगले बरस जब हम बैठे, तो कम से कम हम ये कह सकें गर्व से कि भुखमरी में हिंदुस्तान ने कितने पायदान छलांग लगा करके ऊपर चले गया, या मैं खुशहाली इंडेक्स में हम ऊपर आ गए। और आखिरी में सर, असल में क्या होता है सर, बड़ी सत्ता आती है, बड़ी ताकत आती है, तो बड़े मुगालते भी आते हैं। बस इतना कहना चाहूंगा, तुमसे पहले जो एक यहाँ तख्त नशी था, उसको भी अपने खुदा होने पे इतना ही यकीन था। जय हिंद सर।
धन्यवाद। नेक्स्ट स्पीकर इज बीरेंद्र प्रसाद बसिया।
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, I raise here to support the appraisal bill and finance bill, sir. I must compliment Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Finance Minister, in this critical time, they presented a growth-oriented budget which is given to focus of economic growth of the country, infrastructure development of the country, procurement in the defense sector through the domestic production, agriculture-friendly budget. Budget also is friendly for the farmers. This everything is tried to focus in her budget in this critical time, sir. Sir, due to the continuous effort of the government under the leadership of Prime Minister, the economical condition of our country today have a sound economic condition, sir. Our economic growth is increased, sir. Right now, I hear explanation given by the former Honorable Finance Minister Sri Nambaramji. He has some doubt about the growth of the government projection. Another 3 months left, sir. I believe and I heard the target given by the government for the economic growth of the country will be covered this 3 months, sir. In next financial year, government has given an ambitious plan, ambitious move for the economical growth, sir. And I am quite sure, sir, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, under the guidance of the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister doing good job, and we have achieved the target provided in the budget, sir. Honorable former Prime Minister Chidambaramji has reported in his speech spoken about the oil inflation. So it is known to everyone this year. Yes, oil prices increased. Yes, last 5 days oil prices increased. Sir, this is not in our hands, sir. This is not in hand of the government of India, sir. Due to the Ukraine year, due to the international market, due to the increase of the crude oil price day by day, we are suffering, sir. So we cannot blame this government, sir. But I'm thankful for this government. This government has decided wonderful steps, sir, to import crude oil and gas with a subsidized rate from the Russia, sir. I'm sure if this crude oil and gas is coming imported, then definitely inflation will be coming down, sir. So, for this, with the due respect to the former Prime Minister Chidambaramji, I like to say we cannot blame this government due to the crude inflation. This crude inflation only due to the Ukraine war. Sir, no doubt about it, sir. Our foreign exchange deposit in our country is increased today, sir. Sir, in her budget, Honorable Finance Minister has given importance to the capital expenditure. 30%, there will be 30% hike in the capital expenditure. If this target will be fulfilled, definitely it will be a wonderful for the economic growth of the country, sir. When capital expenditure is increased, sir, new port is coming, new airport is coming, new road is coming. So, lots of scope is coming and more employment generation will come up which will be helpful to resolve, to some extent, resolve the unemployment issue of the country, sir. Sir, unemployment, no doubt, is a big problem of the country, sir. It is not today's problem, sir. Last several years, we are facing this problem, sir. Sir, government has decided to create 60 lakhs new jobs in the current year, sir. Within a year, sir. Sir, if this is coming, no doubt, sir, it will be helpful. It will be helpful for the help the unemployment youth of the country, sir. Atmanirbharshil Bharat, sir. This is today not a slogan, sir. This is not only a slogan, sir. Actually, it is implemented in our country today, sir. In defense sector, I'm coming to the defense sector, sir. Every year, we are imported arms and ammunition from the international market, from the foreign countries, sir. And huge amount from our budget is going. But, sir, no issue, because sovereignty is country is utmost we have to do to protect our country from our enemy country like Pakistan and China, others. Definitely, we have to strengthen our defense, sir. So we have to procure our arms and ammunition from the foreign countries, sir. But now government has decided, this government has decided procurement for the defense equipment for the domestic production, sir. The 68% of the defense capital procurement budget has been allotted towards the local procurement, sir. It is in the line with the vocal for the local push, and it will certainly boost the domestic defense industry, sir. So, I very rightly said, sir, Atmanirbharshil Bharat, this is not only slogan properly which is implemented in our country today, sir. Defense sector, to encourage our domestic production, government has decided more than 60% procurement of the local production, sir. And already in our country, sir, 2 defense industry production corridor work in our country, sir. One is at, sir, Uttar Pradesh, Another is of Tamil Nadu. Honorable Finance Minister, we have took a very ambitious, more ambitious plan to encourage domestic industry in the defense. I request you, if necessary, try to move more local defense industrial corridor in other parts of the country to meet the requirements, sir. Sir, this budget has given importance to the farmers, sir. Through this budget, we have decided to procure wheat and rice from the farmers. And sir, one more, like do I say with this, sir, India is a welfare country, sir. To help the people, citizens of the country, it is the duty of our government, sir. Health is the priority sector in our country. As a welfare state, we have to give them proper health care to our people, sir. I must compliment, I must salute this government. India is the one country of the world who has vaccinated highest number of the people of our country, sir. No other developed country. In many occasions, we always compare India with the other developed countries, sir. But in the vaccine, India recorded a new record and we crossed all the developed countries of the world. India is the only country who's vaccinated maximum number of the people, sir. And due to this region, in the last wave of Omicron, India suffered less, sir. This is the credit goes to Honorable Prime Minister, sir. Honorable Prime Minister, under his leadership, this government is doing wonderful work. If you don't like, don't compliment, but you don't criticize. At least you should recognize what this government has done for the improvement to resolve the COVID sector of our country, sir. Northeastern region. Every people speak of the northeastern region. Every people speak, our heart is the northeast region.
Mr. Boissa, we are going to adjourn at 6 o'clock. So, will you speak tomorrow and continue your speech, or you are going to conclude now?
I'll conclude within 2-3 minutes, sir, if you allow me.
1 or 2 minutes. Or you can speak, you can continue tomorrow also.
Tomorrow I'll be not here, sir, so...
Please conclude then.
Just 2 minutes, sir. Sir, but when his time is coming to allocate money for northeastern region, sir, we forget northeastern region, sir. But when you're speaking, always you're speaking. But this government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, has given new direction, new importance to the northeastern region, sir. 1,500 crore, the initial budget allocation made for the development of the northeastern region, sir. This is the initial, sir. Through this, Honorable Prime Minister has tried to development some northeastern state. I think we must compliment for this government, sir. Sir, Honorable Madam, all the railway budget tie up with your budget, although there are several discussions of the railway budget, but I must compliment this government again, all the states of the northeastern region, today have a railway connectivity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, now I'd like to request, sir, one thing, sir, for the interest of the development, economical development of the country, I'd like to request, through you, sir, try to put one coach factory, railway coach factory in Assam. which will be helped because all the northeastern regions that today have a railway connectivity, and there is a lots of demand for coach in all the northeastern regions, sir. So I look through you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. Through you, I like to request government to establish one coach factory in northeastern region, which will be helpful for the economical development of the country. With this, again, I compliment this government in the critical time for giving us a strong budget, good budget, growth-oriented budget, farmer-helpful budget, economic growth budget, infrastructural development budget, and capital expenditure budget. I hope if this speed will continue, definitely we achieve our target 11% in next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Discussion will remain inconclusive and we will continue for tomorrow again. So now I will take up the special mentions. You have only to lay, not to read. Srimati Fulu Devi Netam.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर संभाग में केंद्रीय आदिवासी विश्वविद्यालय खोलने के संबंध में मेरा विषय है, मैं ले करती हूँ।
धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर प्रशांत नंदा सामने।
Thank you, sir. The subject of my special mention is uniform and subcategorized renewable energy purchase obligation throughout the country. I lay it.
Thank you. Sri John Brittus, not present. Dr. Fozia Khan, not present. The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 hours on Tuesday, the 29th March 2022.